Good evening, everyone. In the event of an emergency or fire, please remain calm and wait for instructions from the CEO, council officers or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. These are on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I would like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust but polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets our mechanism to respond to any contraventions. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Darkinjung country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. A request was received from Councillor Lamont and Councillor Daniels to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillors Lamont and Daniels are entitled to vote on this item. That Council approves the request by Councillor Lamont to attend the Council meeting 22nd July 2025 at 6:30 by audio-visual link, as she is unable to attend in person due to her current location. Number 2, approves the request by Councillor Daniels to attend the Council meeting on 22nd July 2025 at 6:30 by audio-visual link, as she is unable to attend in person for personal reasons. I now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your... Can I move?
I'm happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Is that Councillor Mulland, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I can confirm I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Mulland?
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a non-pecuniary less than significant conflict of interest in item 5.8, the Community Support Grant Program, May 2025. Being that I was a judge for the Making Footprints annual showcase late last year, and I've supported their business, their programs through my business, I'll stay online and manage my conflict personally. I will vote on this matter.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor?
No known conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castles?
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Crowley?
No conflict, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Walsh? Councillor Neal?
I have no conflicts to declare.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamont?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton?
Yes, thank you. I'll declare a non-pecuniary but significant interest on item in the Infrastructure and Assets Committee in relation to the backflow prevention policy because it properly listed in my annual disclosure as a backflow device, and I'll leave the chamber during discussion and not participate in voting on that item.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually, having had a second look at it, I will declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in item 5.8 in point 1D regarding the Copacabana Community Association and their grant funding, as I am a paid member of that organisation. However, I was not aware that they were up for council funds, and when it was lodged, I was not a member of the organisation. So if the civic support staff could please send the form, I'll fill it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McNamara.
No conflicts, Mayor.
Councillor McQuaid.
No conflicts.
Thank you. Thanks, councillors. Item 1.2, confirmation of minutes. I now call for a mover for the motion and a seconder, Councillor Reaton. A seconder, Councillor Mooland. I now put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.3, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items of the business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters that councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of standing committee meetings and notices of motions, which will be dealt with separately. I will now call the number and the title of each item that has not been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Item 2.3, reviewed investments management policy and draft borrowings policy for adoption.
Mr Mayor, I'd like that to be starred, please.
All right.
Mr Mayor, I understood that those financial matters were automatically debated.
It's only the not financial policy matters, it's financial management policies under the Code of Meeting Practice, so that can be moved in bulk, but Councillor Smith has pulled it, so, or requested it be pulled.
Item 2.4, Gosford Regional Library Project Status Update. Item 5.2, Community Participation Plan for Adoption.
Mr Mayor, could I ask for that to be starred, please?
5.2, yep. .3, was that the one I just done? Gosford Regional Library Meeting Room Naming Conventions. 5.4, reporting lines for Aboriginal Advisory Committee. 5.5, classification of land 235 Scenic Drive, Colongra. Councillors, please advise if these are still the only items that you do not wish to debate. If it's okay, does any councillors, Councillor Reaton?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I didn't get any responses on either of the minutes of the Environment Planning Committee, therefore I would think they could be added to the exception method.
Is that numbers 2.2 and 2.2?
2.2 and 4.2.
Mr Mayor, I've asked the 4.2 start.
Yep, 2.2. Yep. Just mark that off. Yeah.
So they're up on the screen there. You're clear. So that is 2.4, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, and 2.2.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Lamont, have you still got your hand up?
I do. I actually starred an item in the Infrastructure and Asset Committee meeting minutes regarding the toilet strategy. I'd just like to have that starred as well. I don't know whether that's noted down or not.
Which, sorry, can you just
The toilet strategy.
Which item? Sorry.
What's the item number, Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, that's not being moved. That's not going
When
into
you say
bulk
it's
motion.
not full,
It'll be dealt with by exception.
okay, thank you.
No.
No, it will not be. It will be dealt with separately. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, moved by Councillor Dayton, seconded by Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. First item on the agenda is item 2.1, Infrastructure and Assets Committee. Minutes and recommendations. Councillor Stanton, are you moving?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move items 1, 2A, 2B, and 2C, and we will discuss 2D separately.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Neil, thank you. Would you like to speak?
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Stanton, would you like to speak on it?
No, I think we're covered. We
Right.
did that in the committee meeting.
Councillor Daniels, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I've put forward a some wording for point 2D. Is now an appropriate time or later?
No, later.
Okay.
Later. So we're moving. Just to be clear, we're moving the minutes of that meeting without item. We're moving item 1 and item 2A. No, item 2A is going out as well.
2A, 2B, and 2C. Councillor Eden has left the room.
Yes. So it's 2B and 2C. That's correct.
And 2A.
And 2A. Okay. Councillor Eden's left the room.
Yep.
Okay.
So Councillor Daniels?
Yeah. So we've got a mover and a seconder?
Yeah, got a mover and seconder. We've got Councillor Stanton, Councillor Neil. Nothing more. Councillor Daniels, you had your hand.
We're right to move that.
All right.
And then we'll
I think we can put the motion.
Right. Yes, Councillor Neil.
The very important part of this report is the toilet strategy.
Sorry, we're not there yet. We are dealing with everything except the toilet strategy.
Okay.
So you need to move. Yes.
Yep. All those in favour? This is the mall bar for the toilet strategy.
You didn't mention the number I was going to speak on.
Yeah. Unanimous. Councillor Lamont, did you appear? Yeah, thank you. Unanimous.
Now we move to item D, which is the public toilet strategy.
Yeah. Move to item D, the public toilet strategy. Councillor Stanton? Or no, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Daniels.
I think we first have to have the motion, which is I'm now moving 2D as it is on the screen.
2D as on the screen.
Sure.
You need a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Yeah, Councillor Daniels.
No, Councillor stands with the call.
Oh, Councillor Stan.
Do you want to speak to it?
You want to speak?
I put it on, but I wasn't called.
No, but she's a mover, Councillor.
I indicated you didn't want to speak.
That's exciting. Keep leaving it on.
not by the buttons. My apologies if I've missed, but was going back to the mover of the motion.
The motion that we are currently moving is the draft public toilet strategy, which would mean that we'd be adopting the strategy. This was a very big strategy, and it should be commended that the staff have worked tirelessly on this and the community have really put forward their opinions. We received a record number of suggestions and advisements, and the staff have included those suggestions into the recommendations, and that resulted in a number of public toilets not being decommissioned. And I think that is a wonderful testament to the community's voice here in the council chamber. So happy that we are now finally adopting the strategy tonight.
Councillor Wright, would you want to speak as a seconder? Can you put your buzzer up, please?
Again,
I'm the seconder of the motion.
He's the seconder of the motion.
I'm the seconder of the motion.
Apart from the two online who are hands.
I'm happy not to move anything further, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neil, thanks for waiting.
thank you. It's good to be absolutely clear about how the process is working. I really just want to speak very briefly. An amendment to the toilet strategy was the inclusion on the basis of maintenance of the Mangrove Mountain toilets. It may seem a minor issue to those people who don't live in that community, but that toilet is quite aged. But the main problem is that the sewage is actually leaking from the rear of the toilets. The undertaking from the director, and as adopted here, was that that work be done within 2 years to rectify that problem. I would ask the director if possibly it could be done much sooner, as it is a health risk to the playground quite adjacent to the public toilet, and the community is extremely upset about seeing their needs ignored. So I won't amend the motion, but I would urge the director to act as quickly as possible on that maintenance issue.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Daniels, you're the first one with your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I provided some wording to civic support a little bit earlier. It's just in regards to item D, which is the Blue Lagoon public toilets. I raised a similar amendment in the committee meeting, but it's just the wording is slightly changed as the construction has commenced on the stairs. So it's just a slight alternative to the wording. Hopefully civic support have got it.
Is Councillor Stanton, are you happy with that wording? Is the mover?
Yes, we can include that in the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, seconder, are you okay? That was it. Councillor Lamont, or
Yeah, I'd like to speak up against D and the amendment as well. As Councillor Daniels mentioned, the upper stairs and lower stairs are going to be constructed shortly. That I think will change the usage of those toilets down on the reserve. That reserve was very popular. At the last council meeting, we did have a gentleman from the community come in and speak about the necessity of the stairs on that reserve. And I just feel that we're rushing into this Section D to actually destroy or basically wait 6 months unless arrangements can be worked out with Crown. I think we should wait for the stairs to be completed and then do further community consultation to see whether what we do at the toilets. So I have provided an amendment. I'd really liked Councillor Stanton to see if she'd consider the amendment that I've put through, and if it can be combined with what is already up there. As I said, there's the group is quite big that supported the stairs. They definitely, I mean, the the Blueberry Reserve, Councillor Castles actually attended a meeting with me down at the reserve, and the importance of the toilets is massive. And up to now, I mean, we're sort of judging getting rid of those toilets on the basis that there aren't any stairs that you can actually access them. So I think we need to sort of pause on that and just find out, what can actually be arranged. And if I can ask through you, Mr. Mayor, regarding access to the stairs, like there seems to be some sort of problem regarding access at the moment. Is that because the stairs aren't there in place? I've been advised from the community that the toilets are actually locked at the present time and no one's actually servicing them or anything. I just want to find out what is actually going on with these toilets at this stage.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamont. The construction of the stairs are planned for September this year, and they are anticipated to be completed by April 2026.
Okay, so would that improve? One of the issues that I've been advised is there's issues with accessing the toilets to service them. Would that actually remedy that problem?
The main concern through you, Mr. Mayor, is to have a level access to the stairs, which would require access through the through the caravan park area, and that's part of the what's on the screen that's been put up. There will be some negotiation that will have to occur with them as well as Crown Lands.
Okay, well, on that basis, could we consider this decision coming back to council when things with Crown Lands has been sorted out before we sort of say that they're going to be destroyed or removed and not replaced within 6 months?
Councillor Stanton, would you accept the changes?
I won't be accepting these particular changes. I feel that they're quite similar to the amendment that I've just accepted. I'd be happy to talk through my reasoning now or at a later stage.
Right. Councillor Lamont, would you like to put this forward as an amendment?
I would like to.
Yeah, I've got a seconder. Councillor McGregor's seconder. Would you like to speak on it, Councillor Lamont?
Well, I just have, as I said, I believe that we should be waiting until these stairs are actually completed and then discussing usage at that time. It should, the decision to destroy the toilets should be come back to council to see whether they should be maintained after stairs are actually completed. Where the stairs, I understand that access has to be on level ground, but I just think we're, pushing ahead too fast on saying, within 6 months of negotiations haven't, pending Crown negotiations. I think the community would like to see us wait until the stairs are completed and then have further consultation on the issue. I mean, up to now, I've understood that the actual caravan park or the resort has actually been servicing the toilets.
Okay, thank you.
So,
thank you, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just seeking clarification. I'm getting a little bit lost on the two amendments. So through you to the CEO, can I get an understanding of, firstly, is it the intention that the toilets be retained long term? Is the issue about the stairs? It seems that both are talking about constructing stairs. And what are the other issues? If I could just get some clarification, I'm a little bit lost.
Sorry, I think it would be easier if the minute clerk for 1 second could roll to the original motion. So, not the original, the motion with the accepted variation. So the motion is there. Just you don't need to change it. Just roll through it so we can see it. So it's really for Part D is different. That's a difference? So at the moment, you've got Part D in the motion, which says this. If you read that, just hold it there. Tell me when you've read that, and then we'll move to Councillor Lamont's amendment. Do you want to make a comment, Mr. Boggoff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Smith. Part of the recommendation before you indicates that if there is any reason that we will not be retaining those toilets, that will come back to council for a decision. So that's, I think, in part 4 of that last comment, part of that resolution recommendation.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just maybe request clarification from Councillor Lamont in terms of does that satisfy her concerns, or if not, why not? I guess, yeah.
Did you hear that, Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, I did. I'm happy with what Councillor Daniels has suggested. I think the community should be involved a bit more in that final decision, not only council. They're the ones that have fought pretty much to get the stairs replaced. The reserve needs the toilet there for it to be used and the way it used to. And this is where I think the community, not only the resort, should be consulted with any future decisions.
Councillor Stanton?
She's got a question.
Oh, put your buzzer on. Sorry.
In light of Councillor Lamont's comment, and we're obviously pretty close, is there a particular community group that has been involved in this that we can just add in if a report comes back that they're consulted? I mean, of course, they are likely to see the report, but is there a specific group that we've been working with or that council has been in contact with on that?
There's if I can speak, Save Our Stairs group.
You've got an amendment. If it's not withdrawn, put the amendment.
Yeah. Councillor Stanton. Councillor Stanton, you've got your right to reply. We're going to put the amendment. Would you want to speak?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh. Can you put that off?
And I could really ask you to turn it off, but I wouldn't do that, would I? I am not clear on what part of Councillor Lamont's amendment is not acceptable to the mover of the motion. Having examined the two amendments, I can't see any substantive that is different about them other than the person that's moving them. So a question to the mover of the motion: what part of the motion moved by Councillor Lamont is different from the original amendment and that is unacceptable to you?
I'll make my comments my right of reply. That's why I had my mic on before to explain.
No, on you go, Councillor Stanton. Is that your right to reply? You finished? Yeah. Can you put your buzzer off? Thanks. All right. We're going to put the amendment of Councillor Lamont. All those in favour of Councillor Lamont's amendment? Oh, she gave you an answer. She did. She gave you the answer she was wanting to give you, and that was it. Put an amendment. All those in favour of Councillor Lamont's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. And I have to speak slowly tonight when we're doing this because the normal counting machine is not working. We have to run a different programme. So all those against the amendment: Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. The amendment's lost. The motion, now we vote on all those in favour of the Councillor Stanton's motion. Oh, you're right, a reply, sorry.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that both of these amendments were relatively similar. I think it's very important that the new wording be understood, which is that the stairs are the contributing factor for access. These toilets will not be decommissioned, will not be accepted as staying until such time as the stairs are completed, and that's what it says in 1, that once it's completed, then there'll be decisions made. For at least 6 months, it will be retained, at which time we will see whether access arrangements have been made to access the toilet block for its operation and maintenance. And before any decisions are made to retain or decommission, a report will come back to the Infrastructure and Assets Committee. At that time, I think that it would be welcomed that the community come to that committee meeting and present their views. If we got to that point, hopefully from point 3, the discussions result in positive outcomes and an arrangement is made and then the toilets can stay. This is only the situation if that didn't happen and a report were to come back, the community could come to that committee meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. All those against? Councillor Lamont. Carried. The motion's carried. Thank you. Next item on agenda is item 2.2, environment and...
2.2 has been passed.
2.3?
Yeah, 2.2 was passed.
All right. Item 2.3, reviewed investment management policy and draft borrowings policy for adoption. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to move that these policies do go out on exhibition. If I have a seconder, I'll speak to that.
Have you got a seconder? Councillor McGregor.
Look, just as standard practice, Mr. Mayor, our policies do normally go out on exhibition. I understand in the text it gave a reason why they should not, why they didn't need to, but I would suggest that it's better practice for them to go out on exhibition, not expecting that we're going to get a flood of comments. In fact, we're probably not going to get any. But if I could move that that council exhibits the exhibits the reviewed investment management policy for 28 days, and then 2, exhibits the draft borrowings policy for 28 days. That's what I would like to move. Thank you.
Yeah, seconder is Councillor McGregor. Councillor Eaton.
I'll just give notice of a foreshadowed motion if the motion fails, which would be the staff recommendation, and I'll just speak briefly then. If the mover wants to speak, I'll speak at the appropriate time.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Eaton's? No. All right. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I will then, in that case, just speak briefly. Look, I didn't necessarily have a major problem with either of the policies, but I would like to see ESG in the investments policy. And I did speak to the staff. I still couldn't find it in there. So ESG, just referring to environmental, social, and basically good governance principles for our investments. That seems to be a fairly innocuous request, I would hope. And in terms of the draft borrowings policy, I do have a concern, and it would have been good to have been able to see these policies with track changes on the current policies. So there is reference in the borrowing policy to borrowing from our restricted funds. And I suppose I would like a little bit more clarity and process around that. It may not matter for some of our restricted funds, but it might matter for other ones. So maybe just a question to the staff then, Mr. Mayor, since my motion is unlikely to get through. What is through you to the CEO, what is the process of borrowing from restricted funds? I know councils can do it under certain conditions, but I'd just like to understand what the process and the restrictions are on that, please.
Essentially, there's internal accounting, and it's particularly significant where we have lots of developer contributions for specific items, and you don't have enough money to do anything. So, say you had money in a Tukli developer contributions fund, and money in Budgie fund, and money in a Wyong fund, and they each had $1 million, and you had a $2 million project. At the moment, you can't do anything with that. What you would do is you would lend the money from the Tukli fund and the Budgie fund to do the Wyong project, and then you would repay them, and then you would do the Wyong project, for example. So that's why, unless you borrow within funds and your funds are small, a whole range of projects never get completed. You don't have enough in each of those pots. Another way we're dealing with those is combining some of the funds, some of the developer contributions pools to make them larger. But ultimately, you don't want to be having $300 or $400 million worth of developer contributions. You want to be able to actually spend that and deliver projects for the community.
So can I just clarify to the CEO, it's just the developer contribution buckets at the moment?
It could well be. It used to be restricted between, say, water and sewer, for example, but our water and sewer funds are one altogether. But essentially, it's essentially now would be within the likely places of use would be within your developer contributions funds, which are all external restrictions. No. You might want to talk a little bit more about that, Mr. Nichols.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, Councillor, you don't need ministerial approval. Council needs to demonstrate that it's borrowed between plans and that it's got an approach in place to how it pays back those plans. In contribution plans, you also have different types of assets that you're collecting money for, and you can actually borrow across those asset classes as well. But it's important that Council shows how that money is then paid back by income from contributions as it comes in, but you don't need ministerial approval to do that.
There are circumstances where you do require ministerial approval. A perfect example was, for example, within when you had water fund and sewer fund, which were different sorts of restrictions. Those funds are now one. So we don't have a water fund and a sewer fund. We have a unique fund. We also have the domestic waste reserve, for example, which is a restricted fund. And that may well require ministerial approval to lend from there.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I wanted to speak very briefly to this. I'm not going to rise and give a big rousing speech because it's not going to make any difference. But the point that I wanted to make very clearly and succinctly is we've just had the last amendment knocked back, and that was to go out to community consultation. And now we're in our second thing that we're debating, and you've had an amendment come forward to go out to community consultation, and in all likelihood, given the foreshadowed, that's going to get knocked back too. I don't understand why this dominant political grouping of this body of 15 councillors is so scared of things going back to the community for their say and their input. That in itself, we had the little spiel at the start about how we're all here for the community, but it appears that there is 8 people in here that appear that they know better than the community. And it's a reflection of this organisation, and it's a reflection on this elected body, that they're too scared to put their own policies out and what they're even doing with public toilets out to the community for their own comment. It's pretty strange, particularly when it's some of these reasonably opaque committee meetings. You go to them and staff recommendations are there to put things out to community consultation. And the same people that foreshadow that we can't have consultation on these key strategic documents for this organisation that affects our funds and our borrowings extend community consultation around development in Toukley from 28 days to 42. So why can't we have 28 days to talk about 2 of our most important policies that dictate what should be the most important thing for that group of 8, which is the finances and the parameters which govern the borrowings and the financial management of the organisation?
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McNamara.
I suppose to answer some of those questions, page 75, stakeholder engagement comment. These reviews of the investment management policy and borrowings have gone to, it says, that the review by qualified experts included in the committee and ARIC is sufficient and appropriate, and there is limited utility to be gained by public exhibition of the draft policies before council adoption. I think Councillor Smith mentioned that there might not be any responses, and I understand because I would think that there is very limited expert knowledge out there compared with what we already have. The ARIC comment, I think it's on page 72, does talk about recommend submission of policies to council for their consideration. So it appears that these 2 policies for adoption have already gone through a considerable layer of experts and who are recommending that they get straight adopted. So that's where I sit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Let's not pretend that when we put things out on exhibition, it doesn't cost. It costs the council a lot of time and a lot of money. And for this, as Councillor Smith said, she doesn't expect any submissions. So I, for one, want to run this council and be part of a council that is economically pragmatic, and doesn't spend the ratepayers' money willy-nilly on things that are absolutely useless. So saying that, I'll move that the motion the motion be put, Mr. Mayor.
With it, 240. With it, Councillor McGregor. Yep. Yeah, motion be put. Sorry, Councillor.
I think don't I get to close debate?
Yeah, close debate.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just comment. I did note that there have been stakeholders and ARIC has reviewed. Without having been at the ARIC meeting, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they provided improvements to the policy. It more than likely meant that they reviewed it to ensure that there was no risk associated with what was written in the policy as it currently exists. In terms of cost of exhibition, look, I find it, although I know some of our processes are quite convoluted, I guess I would find it difficult to believe that putting something on a website for 28 days and then reviewing what would be likely a small number, if any, submissions is an onerous cost to a council this size. And notwithstanding that this will get voted down, I guess I would like to maybe have some further discussion about these 2 policies at one of our councillor workshops. I think there are some questions. I don't think we actually had a workshop on these policies. Could I just clarify that through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO? Did we actually have a councillor workshop, or No, these policies just got dumped on us and we didn't have any discussion about them. Yeah, so, well, then why is it appearing here as a separate item? So the Governance Committee is a small subset of councillors. It would have been good to, I guess, have an inclusive approach to something like this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
if
Councillor
I could just
CEO.
respond to a question earlier from Councillor Smith. The ministerial approval is only required for money that has been collected via a special charge. So that would be a special area rate or the garbage charge, for example, or lending money out of the water and sewer fund to another part of the business. So developer contributions, as Mr. Nichols talked about, and transfers or loans between developer contributions pools doesn't require ministerial approval, but ministerial approval is required under Section 410, which I've got here, only for money that's been raised by a special charge.
Mr. Mayor, sorry to prolong it, but I will seek some further clarification because my recollection is that Lake Macquarie Council got in trouble for using developer funds some 10 years ago without ministerial approval. So maybe the rules have changed. Thank you.
The motion was to be put, so all those in favour of the motion?
You've got to put that the motion is put.
Yeah, the motion be put, sorry. All those in favour? Yeah. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels, carried to be put, so. Oh, sorry, yes, sorry.
The debate is closed. It's a bit Pyrrhic.
Councillor, all those against, sorry. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont. It's lost. So the foreshadowed, I mean,
It's one.
yeah, it's one. Yeah, the motion be put. It's one. Cheers. Councillor Smith's motion.
Councillor Smith's motion. Yeah, so that's what's being voted on.
Yeah. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. It's lost. Now the foreshadowed motion, have you got a seconder for your Councillor Wright seconder? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Oh, sorry, Councillor Neal was in favour. It's just everybody usually there and there vote the same. Councillor McGregor, all those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The foreshadowed motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Audit Risk and Improvement Committee recommendations to appoint independent members. They have a motion. Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, I put something through to the staff. It's a slight amendment to the motion. Hopefully they've got it. It's from, I did check earlier, it was from the, I also actually put this through at the last meeting. Aha, there it is. So yes, that's what I'm moving, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara.
I will speak to it, Mr. Mayor, briefly.
Councillor Eaton.
Essentially, what this motion seeks to do is to certainly appoint one of the two recommended candidates to the ARIC committee immediately. Although actually I don't think they can commence 1st July now, but anyhow, and look to fill the other position, which is not needed to be actually filled till I think it's about April next year, with a local candidate, presuming that one can be found. And certainly, I believe there are some local candidates who would be qualified, but obviously that's a matter of seeing who applies, and then for the council to make an appointment on that basis. And the reason that, in consultation with the CEO, that the motion seeks to appoint Mr. Davies is that he is an auditor and is, according to the CEO, and I'm sure he'll comment if I've got this wrong, he thought that the qualifications that was needed on the ARIC committee at the moment were more in favour of Mr. Davies than of the I think it was Mrs. Lorne as the other alternate. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neal.
Well, I'm strongly opposed to this motion, and frankly, I'm concerned that the proper ethical process of the ARIC committee are being undermined by this random selection. I'm not sure that really it's proper for councillors to apply their own personal preferences to the selection of ARIC members. They're meant to be above the process of council, completely independent, and the idea of particular councillors being appointed to recruit ARIC members that they agree with or like or have approval of, I find extremely concerning. I certainly would not think it appropriate for when there has been a proper selection process undertaken, applications called, interviews undertaken, that a councillor would come into this chamber and, based on personal and subjective criteria apparently, propose that they select only one and that they set up a process where they would affect the outcome of the second selection. I am extremely concerned about the probity of this and whether it actually complies with the Act in relation to the selection of our ARIC members. And I strongly urge councillors to reject this proposal and to accept the two properly selected members, who I have no knowledge of, never met, I hasten to add. But I think that once we start going behind the proper independent process, we are opening up the possibility of corruption and lack of probity.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal, can you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am extremely concerned about the process and the probity around this. I don't think this was circulated to all councillors. Was it, Councillor Eaton?
It was put to the last council meeting, Councillor Smith.
I don't believe that detail was. Mr. Mayor, I would, and I'll be guided through you by the CEO, I would like to request that this item either be moved to the end of the business paper and that we move into confidential to discuss this. I mean, this is a really quite astounding motion that basically we have a recommendation to appoint two people. Councillor Eaton has moved that we only appoint one, with no ability to clarify why that might be, or for us to discuss the merits of that recommendation. So I would request that this matter, whether it's, again, through you to the CEO, whether it's procedural, that this item be moved to the end of the agenda and that we go into confidential to really understand what the issue is here. If I could get some guidance from the CEO.
The technical way you would do it is have the matter lay on the table, and then you'd pick it up at the end of the meeting if you've dispensed with your business.
Okay, well, I believe I could move that as an amendment that this matter be laid on the table. Procedural? Yeah, that this matter be laid on the table to allow us to discuss it appropriately at the end of the business paper. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that?
Councillor.
Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mont, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McNamara, Councillor Eaton. So that's carries putting the table to the close the business in confidential. Three point one finance report, June 2025. Can I have a mover? Councillor Neal. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moolan. Councillor Smith.
Sorry. Did
Your
I
lights
start
on.
this? Oh, sorry.
Oh. Any discussion? No. Councillor Wright.
Can I just ask one question, Mr. Mayor? So my understanding is that the monthly finance and the monthly investment report has to be discussed each meeting because of the PIO. Does that mean that from September this doesn't need to be brought before the council if there's no discussion?
No, it's in the code of meeting practice. It's a peculiar one to us because of our history, and the council would be at liberty when it reviews its code of meeting practice to make a change should it want to.
Question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councillor Smith.
So I did just notice that I think this is the report that tells about the shortfall from the financial assistance grants, and understanding that we don't have a whole lot of information that we would normally get in the monthly financial report. Is that because we're end of financial year, or is that because we're still working out about the shortfall, or is it a combination of both?
No, the shortfall is very clear. Essentially, the government has been paying since the times of Peter Costello our financial assistance grant forward a year, and since the current government came in, the Albanese government came in, it has been recouping some of that prepayment a little bit. So 2 years ago, we only got 85% of our grant, and last year we got 65% of our grant. And my expectation is they'll recoup more over the next few years until we're back onto tours. So that's not been an issue in terms of it's just the end of year adjustments, and they can be quite significant. Things like employee leave entitlement, landfill liabilities, and a range of those sorts of things. So that's the reason why, and you'll never get a set of preliminary results 2 weeks into July. We've got an idea of where we're landing, but those big numbers can move by $3 or $4 million.
All right. No more speakers. All those in favour? All those in favour of the financial report? Councillor I'm just checking. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on agenda is 3.2 monthly investment report. Can I have a mover? Councillor Wright. Seconder. Councillor Eaton. Any discussion? No. All those in
to it, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, because I know there was some discussion about the investment piece before and it going on public consultation. I did note Councillor McGregor's comment, although he's not here, about the public toilet strategy, although that did go on public consultation quite extensively. With the investment report, I think obviously our investments are picking up, and the reason I wanted to speak to this was because I had the wrong timing on the prior item to speak to it. But as is well documented, I think the state government still has a long way to go in getting the investment management piece right. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, and perhaps that's just my personal view, but we're going into a declining interest rate environment where yield is going to be scarce, and for ratepayers trying to get bang for their buck off of their investment within the council is going to be increasingly more difficult. So I think, perhaps over time, this is something we need to talk to our state government counterparts, T Corp and the like, about how we can actually go in a greater search for yield and think about how we can get better return on our investments, because every time we can get a better return on our investment portfolio, it's money that we don't have to take out the pockets of ratepayers to fund things. And naturally that has to be responsible. We have to be responsible in how we invest our money, but I do believe there are tweaks that can be made. So while that last piece might not have gone out on public consultation, as was noted by some councillors, it has been bubbling away in the background for a while. I believe the Governance and Finance Committee did resolve at the first meeting, the first and only meeting of the committee, that we had to break those two apart and have two separate policies. So it has been going for some time, and I think if we are to do a broader review of our investment management piece later on in conjunction with the state government, that's certainly an opportunity for change. But at the moment, I don't see many material changes in that at present.
Councillor Neil.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a question. In the report, it indicates that as of the 30th of June 2025, Council's ESG investments comprise 1.75% or $15 million of the total investment portfolio. As Councillor Smith pointed out in the review of our policy, there seemed to be no reference or requirement of ESG investments set out there. So the question is there some other imperative for investing in ESG that's outside our policy, but some other regulation or requirement that ensures that we do that and are increasing over time?
There is no requirement, and we should be really clear that our ability to invest is only in very, very tightly specified items. So it's not as though we can invest in a wind farm or something like that. We can invest essentially with banks. Australian banks is essentially all we can invest with. So sometimes they will package a particular product as an ESG product, but it's not as though we can go out and directly invest what we would call an investment in something that people would see, touch and feel as a environmentally sustainable product.
So just a follow-up question, CEO. So the 1.75% that we do have invested in ESG, if we are limited, what sort of investments are they?
Ms. Galea might.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, an ESG investment can be something like a term deposit or a floating rate notice. So we can certainly get quotations for that when we're quoting for other investments.
You might need to explain that, how a term deposit is an ESG.
Yes, so the institution issuing it would label it as an ethical investment. So sitting behind that product, there will be certain criteria that would make it fall in that category. So we are told, we don't determine ourselves, we are told that a particular product is categorized that way.
Thank you.
No more discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Item 4.1, Economic Development Committee Minutes and Recommendations, July 2025. Councillor McNamara, as the Chair of the Economic Development Committee, would you like to introduce these items?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. The Economic Development Committee met in July. There was only a couple of items on the agenda. First one was the Smart Central Coast Blueprint, which was deferred until next month. It was less than expected, I suppose, and so we're doing a little bit more work on that in the August committee meeting. The Warnervale Business Precinct standing item, there was an update there regarding ecological reports waiting on, so there was no recommendation for that. And also the quarterly economic indicator report was provided by staff, and again that was noted. So I'll just move the recommendation as is on page 99, that Council receives and notes the minutes of the Economic Development Committee meeting held in July 2025.
Can I have a seconder for that? Yeah, Councillor Neil.
And put my hand up. Yes, I'm very happily second the motion. I just want to clarify one issue which I think is very important that we discussed through email with the chair, and that is that the motion is only noting the minutes, not adopting them. Of course, the correct procedure is that the minutes are adopted by each individual committee, and then once confirmed there, come back to the council for adoption. So I'm very glad we sorted that out and have clarified that issue.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question regarding the quarterly economic indicators report. What I'm concerned about is we've got a report that basically tells you trends going up, going down, the highest since, the lowest since, and I'm just wondering whether there is anyone in council that is actually has got economic qualifications, not necessarily accounting, but that could provide us more insight into the actual what is actually happening, especially in relation to. I mean, we have to base policy and things like that and what is happening economically, and I'm just wondering whether we can actually be provided with a bit more rather than just looking at charts and graphs and seeing what's going up and what's going down, what's continuing to go down, what's continuing to go up. I would just like to see an Economic Development Committee report, well, the quarterly one, with a lot more information, and also the dashboard. A lot of the information on the dashboard seems to be lagging, and I was just wondering whether anything can be done about that. I mean, I love the dashboard, and I've gone to it another number of times, but some of the figures and graphs and charts and whatever are sort of lagging, and I'm just wondering whether that really serves purpose on, figures and that we're putting up there that are, quite old. So yeah, two parts through you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have anyone that has got economic qualification that could, I'm not talking about an Alan Kohler or anyone like that, but that someone that could provide us more insight into these figures?
As the chair, I'll answer the second question. Those numbers go up as quick as we can get them from a verified source, and the verified sources are certainly sometimes a long time behind what they should be. So we're getting the best information that we can. I would hand over to the director to make a comment about the qualifications of people in the economic area.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the staff that are employed in the economic development section of council are quite qualified in and have extensive backgrounds in working in the economic development field within local government and within external industries as well.
And as chair, I might just make a comment to the director then that maybe we should be looking at a lot more, let's call it plain English reports of some of those graphs and numbers, and especially what the future of some of those graphs and numbers look like, not just numbers that are in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? No. All those in favour? Yeah, it's everybody. Could you just put them all back out again so we just see if it's unanimous? Councillor Walsh, is your hands up? No. All right, so I have to name them: Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eden, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Daniels. All those against? And Councillor Walsh is abstaining. Thank you. Next item, agendas, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations, July 2025. Councillor Reaton, as the chair of the Environment and Planning Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We need.
I'll move the recommendation printed on pages 104 and 105 of the business paper. I'll move the recommendation as printed on pages 104 and 105 of the business paper.
Councillor Reaton, could you just talk a bit closer
to
the thing, please?
Okay, try again.
Thank you.
I'll move the recommendation as printed on the business paper.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Mullins. Councillor Reaton.
I'll just note that no councillor responded to the invitation to list this matter for any part of this matter for discussion. So I'll leave it at that, and if there's any debate, I'll reserve my right to reply.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment if I could. So the particular element of that recommendation that I have concerns about is EPC 38/25. I have an amendment for that component, if I may, and if I could ask the staff to pull that up, and I will see if I have a seconder. So I think essentially what I'm moving is the recommendations. Well, I'm moving this separately, if I could. I'll just get there is a part 2.
While part 2's come up, could I have a seconder?
There we go. So if I have a seconder, I'll just speak to that component.
Councillor Walsh. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this was a thought bubble of Councillor Eaton during the meeting. Tried it at a previous Environment and Planning Committee meeting, and then it was didn't have the numbers, so the thought bubble returned. The deep concern I have is that this is not strategic. It is not consistent with any policy, and in fact, it actually draws on something that was tabled in the Economic Development Committee, so not even presented in the Environment and Planning Committee. And I would note that where this matter, and just to be clear, it was the Central Coast Visitor Accommodation Future Study and Development Action Plan, was presented at the June Economic Committee, and that committee were not satisfied with that report. And in fact, it got deferred to an upcoming committee meeting in August. So when we get to the Environment and Planning Committee, all of a sudden there is a push to adopt a proactive approach without any strategic or policy framework based on a presentation to a separate committee that was not even accepted as being acceptable. So this raises many concerns about process, but also probity. And I know it will come up later. There's a probity report that was meant to come to us in June that we haven't seen. So I would ask that this be deferred. There may be some merit in what Councillor Eaton wants to do, There's probably not process around it, but there might be some merit. But I think it needs to follow a proper process, the consideration of the Economic Development Committee, and then asking planning staff to look at what that strategic policy framework should be, rather than just put a motion on the table that is fraught with potential conflicts of interest. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Castles. Councillor Smith, could you put your button
Sorry.
on?
I actually have a further amendment, which is different from Councillor Smith. So when's the advice as to when I can put that forward?
If you could foreshadow it and tell us what it is, please.
So Councillor Smith, the amendment that I'm wanting to put forward is that we actually defer item 4.2 EPC 3735 regarding FOGO pending a more thorough report for all councillors, including any information that may previously have been only available to some councillors, and that we have a workshop relating to that before we go any further with the expression of interest in terms of FOGO. And if Civic Support are putting up my previous amendment that I was going to put forward, I did say that I wanted that removed, and this is a new amendment. Thank you.
So, Councillor Castle, that's a foreshadowed. So that becomes the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Castles. Any other discussion? Councillor Castles, you? Oh. Sorry. All right. Voting on the amendment. All those
Right of reply, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do take some. Well, I think it's unfortunate.
To speak before the right of reply. Once, of course, you take the right of reply, the opportunity is lost.
I did actually ask if anybody had anything to say.
I didn't hear you say that.
I said it.
I think Councillor Castles does want to speak.
No, I asked if anybody. So, Councillor Walsh, would you like to speak? Councillor McGregor, could. Thanks.
I'll speak in support of the amendment, obviously, and Councillor Smith has outlined absolutely concerns I had on the evening that this motion came to the Environment and Planning Committee. A number of those concerns were raised on the night and not kind of embraced or acknowledged. And so I don't specifically have a whole lot more to add to that, because she's been quite comprehensive in terms of what the concerns were on the evening. And this was a motion that was not kind of raised with anybody before the committee, not discussed or any kind of information to support it provided, which is was another really problematic aspect to it. So just generally adding that to what Councillor Smith has already said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor.
I rise to speak in favour of the amendment, and I also foreshadow that there's in the event that this is lost, a further amendment as well that I may put forward, given we will be voting on this soon, and then I'll do that immediately after that in the event that this is not successful. The reason why I rise to support the amendment moved by the councillors here is because one of the key things that we need to be doing as a group, which we are not doing, is thinking strategically, making calculated and evidence-based decisions which benefit the majority of people that live in this region. And we need to be carefully considering and collaborating on how we move forward on these things. I'm yet to see evidence with a lot of debates and a lot of votes in this place that people actually do review the documents and take the time to do the reading that's required with it. And I have real concern, as I did last council meeting, that we are rushing too quickly through very key decisions, and that there are many people in here, based on their comments and their voting record, who are voting on things that they patently do not understand, and they are frequently highlighting their ignorance on it. This FOGO decision is one of the key decisions that this council is going to make. We are talking about something that has a multi-decade impact. We are talking about something that has a financial impact well over $150 million, potentially multiple hundreds of millions, even into the billions when you're talking about something that's a 20, 30, 40-year program, potentially even longer. There is a suite of confidential documents on the hub that I obviously can't go through chapter and verse all the details of and give you a good considered debate and argument about, because that would be breaching my responsibilities, as that information is confidential. But even with the most minimalistic understanding of this issue and the importance of it for New South Wales and indeed our region, and a little bit about the history and where we're going to into the future, it is quite clear that we need, as an elected body, to actually have to go over these documents and to have a more considered and strategic approach to it, rather than just rushing through these kind of key decisions, which frequently happen in this room. A lot of the fake debates and the little barneys are over things that are basically minimalistic in terms of importance. And when it comes to key significant things, they're rushed through quite often without people saying anything, or being quite restricted in terms of what they can say. We should be having workshops on these things, and we should be spending significant time looking at these big things as a group of 15. I'm not suffice with a 20, 30-minute PowerPoint presentation and a couple of questions if you're lucky enough to get one in. That is not the way that good decisions are made. That is not what the people who elected us to this council would expect to be the basis for the decision making. These documents on the hub, I would strongly encourage councillors to read them, and you'll probably hear from people saying, oh, look, we've read them all, we know all about it, we know better than you, we're smarter than you, whatever. It's not about that. You actually got to do the work to come up with the good decisions. It's not saying that it's not always going to be something that you find unanimous, or sometimes it's even actually good to hear from people who may be critical of your point of view to learn something from them. No one is perfect, no plan is perfect. But at a bare minimum, I think we should be doing a little bit more work on the strategic and particularly the big budget items, which we're simply not doing. That old axiom of mushrooms in this place continues to be true from my experience. And, there is that old-fashioned saying that's what's done in the dark will one day come to the light. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. But at the end of the day, the way that decisions are being made here, particularly with a lot of decisions being made on a political or a personal basis rather than a solid, rational economic argument, is very concerning. I wasn't part of this discussion around item 1. It's not my biggest interest in the world, but the commentary provided from the person that's moved the amendment is concerning, because we shouldn't be making decisions on a whim. We shouldn't just have someone, walk into a room and go, oh, how about this one? It's got to be evidence-based. It's got to have the backup to it. There's got to be a clear plan with things. There's no point in having all these different motions and amendments and things like that go through with all the fluffy wording and promising the world to people if you don't actually deliver what you're putting out there as the expectation. Everyone's all in favour of aspiration these days, but we've also got to deal with something that's sometimes a little bit harder to deal with, which is the cold, hard facts and reality. And we need to be looking at strategic risks and opportunities for this organisation and making good, clear, evidence-based decisions that provide surety and certainty to this region, not deciding key things on a whim without all the information being looked into in what I would believe to be an appropriate level of detail as an elected body.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castle, just before you speak, could you just repeat number 3?
Yes, yes, I was going to do that.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's why I was just going to ask leave to do that. And apologies for confusing our fantastic team over there. So defer EPC 3725, which is item actually 4.2 on the EMP agenda. So defer it. We don't need to have next to 37/25 part V11, that can be removed. And then basically we're just saying for a full report to come to be provided to all councillors and to be included in a workshop for all councillors to participate in before any further action is taken in terms of FOGO and an expressions of interest process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles. Councillor Milland.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a question to the Director. You may need to take this on notice, but I'm wondering how many workshops that we've had on FOGO. There seems to be numerous. And to the other councillors' point, it is a big decision, and I thought we had gone through that quite comprehensively since appointed as councillors. But to the Director, any recollection how many workshops we've had? And if we do need more, especially in relation to Councillor Castle's recommendation, what else can be told to the councillors before we need to make a decision on this matter?
Through CEO and Mr. Mayor to Councillor Norland. We've had a workshop on the 18th of February, also the 20th of May. We had an extraordinary Environment Planning Committee on the 10th of June. Some additional information was requested in relation to all the previous documentation that was in relation to the direction paper and the feasibility study. All that was sent on the 16th of June, and then we've had the other. It was considered again at the Environment and Planning Committee meeting, and it's here today for adoption.
The second part of the question, is there any more information that you believe the councillors need at this stage prior to making a decision on this matter?
That'll be a matter for council. However, everything that has been to council has been provided to the councillors via the hub and an email directly from myself.
Councillor Wright.
Just a quick question to Councillor Castles. I just wanted to clarify, were you still looking after this to move your notice of motion relating to these matters? Because I know there's some differences and I just wanted to check because one might supersede the other.
Councillor Wright, I actually will be not...
Councillor Walsh, can you...
Sorry. Oh, I actually will not go forward with that motion at this point. However, that doesn't mean it's not sitting there in case a different opportunity arises and it seems to be necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to Councillor Merland, I think that we all know we've had quite a degree of information regarding FOGO, and I speak as somebody who is quite excited at the option, at the idea of having FOGO here on the Central Coast. My eldest has it in the Hunter and thinks it's fantastic, and I do too. Whether this particular way we're looking to do it is, in fact, the most preferential for the Central Coast community is actually what I would like more information on. Certainly in terms of the very real possibility of income producing. I do recall at the very first workshop about FOGO which I actually think there's only been one actual workshop, while there has been other information provided at other times. It was very much presented as an income producing possibility for this council. And I for one would really like to understand why we would not necessarily want more information on the possibility of that for our community and our council. So this is not a desire to not see FOGO go ahead or defer FOGO in any way. This is about the economics of it, really. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, I just need some. When did you want it deferred to in number 1?
Yeah, look, the staff have just amended it. So can I just change that? We have a monthly economic development committee, don't we? To the September one, because I think the strategy, what was it called? No, not the economic development. It was the tourist accommodation strategy was deferred to August, and I think, in fact, I think it was Councillor Merlin that expressed most concerns about the unsatisfactory nature of that draft. That if we considered it in the August Economic Development Committee, then we'd be in a better position to consider Councillor Eaton's initiative, for want of a better word. Based on credible and information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, just quickly, I'd just like to clarify, Councillor Smith is right. I was the one that tore apart that report. It was a terrible report. However, that was still one recommendation that I thought had some value moving forward, and whether it came to the Planning Committee or the Economic Committee, it's something I'd like to see move forward.
Right. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Smith and Walsh?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ian.
Yes, thank you. The right of reply. Thank you. I find it a bit disappointing that the level of debate, particularly from Councillor Smith, is this was a thought bubble and some vague statement about a conflict of interest without backing up any of these. The thought bubble. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm speaking. Oh.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton.
I wasn't actually suggesting that there was a particular, but just saying, conflict of interest. Sounds good, but there's no meaning to it. Any development application doesn't come to the council, so there can't be a conflict of interest with the council. Planning proposals will eventually come to council, but for the whole of council to make a decision after they've been through the staff, and in fact need to sign off by the Department of Planning as well. It did come out of, as Councillor Millen has rightfully said, the Economic Development Committee. So the idea that there is no foundation to this, it's not evidence-based, is simply wrong. It's false. It has no substance. How many times can I say it? It is a statement of policy and a statement, in my view, of fact, that there is a shortage of quality tourist accommodation. And I don't think anyone here would actually deny that, but it appears that you want to. And going to FOGO, and we've heard, what was it? 2 workshops through the committee, further information. I mean, there's nothing another workshop is going to do except waste more time and more money. I'm actually not a supporter of FOGO, but the state government, your state government, has mandated this. And to be fair, the alternate state government, I think, mandated it as well. So both sides of politics are requiring this to go forward. Further delay achieves nothing except that we're likely not to make the cut-off time, and then we're exposing this council to very massive fines. I'll leave it at that. It's just these matters have got to go forward.
I was seeking a procedural clarification.
Yeah, what is it?
The code of conduct prevents a allegation of a breach of pecuniary interest or a conflict. I noted that the previous speaker in his debate referred to a conflict of interest. Could you please clarify whether he was in breach of the code of conduct in doing so?
There was, from my position, there was no. I think Councillor Eaton suggested it's not appropriate to discuss conflict of interest as opposed to talking about the specifics of a conflict of interest. No, but the code is saying Councillor X has a conflict of interest because of such and such. It's not raising that issue. I don't think that's a valid point.
So, put in the Councillor McGregor.
So, I know the code of meeting practice sort of goes out the window sometimes, but I did foreshadow that in the event that this amendment is lost, that I would have a foreshadowed amendment as well. So I would request that you go to that after the vote, as per the code of meeting practice.
You need to identify what it is before you go to the vote. Can you identify what it is?
Can you identify what it is?
Yeah, so the foreshadowed amendment would be regarding EPC 3725, that the first 3 points in the recommendation be included, and that from beyond that be replaced with Councillor Castle's motion, notice of motion.
Yeah. So, thanks, Councillor McGregor. So, the first we'll do Councillor Smith's amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. The motion? No, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McGregor's foreshadowed motion. All those in favour?
Hang on, I've got to speak to it.
Yeah, you've got a seconder, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was hoping that we wouldn't have to get to this point, but it appears that we have, so I'll speak to this now. In regards to FOGO as a concept and as something that needs to happen on the Central Coast, you couldn't get a stronger supporter than myself. I've supported this project going back to 2017. I supported it in the 2019 waste strategy. I know that there's been 3 federal government waste strategies that have come out, and as Councillor Eaton mentioned before, both sides of politics at the state level support FOGO. So this is not an attempt to undermine FOGO. Now, I also note the director's comments about the information being provided by email and the information being on the hub, and I thank the director for that information being provided. It was of excellent quality and I did enjoy reading it. However, we're talking about multiple hundreds of pages of documents which I've spent the last 3 or 4 hours trying to read again and go over in detail, trying to do my due diligence. And I'm not entirely sure that from some of the comments around this particular one and others, that others have done the same. Now, Councillor Walsh, you have a printed off copy of the agenda. Could you bear me this indulgence? This is one part of our agenda printed off tonight. This is the attachments. Put the 2 together, you've got about 500 pages and something that could do some serious damage to someone if it was to fall from a height onto them. You combine that with the other sort of 200 or 300 pages in there, and that's a reasonably significant amount of writing and reading to go through for one individual, particularly one who's so intellectually limited in capacity such as myself, let alone the average layman out there who is clearly far more intelligent than many in this building. It's a lot to go over, and it's a lot to go over in detail. And while I appreciate that there may have been some changes to briefings and some workshops put forward in, I think it was February and maybe June, the point of this is not that there is documents there for you to read. The point of cogitation is understanding and making informed decisions, going through all the options together, going through all the scenarios, and making sure that you are informed as an elected representative when you are voting on something, rather than just getting the run sheet and going, oh, that's what we're doing tonight, guys. That's a good one. I won't say if I'm going to accept that amendment or not. I'll just look to the person who I rely on for my numbers to see if I've got to vote for it or not. That's not how you make decisions. Now, the committee process of this council, which I note was put through uncosted and unfunded and ended up costing $500,000 per annum, is used to subvert democracy. We saw the two first things that came before this council with a mere request to go to 28 days community consultation, and it's denied. We're going to go back to the committee. The Governance and Finance Committee's got 4 councillors on it. There's 15 councillors in here. When we vote on something in this chamber, it's in all of our name. Yet we have committees where 4 people are making decisions or 7 people are making decisions. And these committees are used to rush through things and to give councillors extra oversight over staff work that they would not have if they didn't have this model. These committees are statutory committees. They are not advisory committees. They do not contain expert opinion. They do not go through public external consultation or the like. It is done with a minority of councillors pushing through their agenda and their opinions and their take on the things that go to that committee. They do not reflect majoritarian support in the community with every decision, and it would be a little bit silly to suggest that they do. Now, the other problem there is that they don't reflect quite often what is the general consensus out in the community, and they are contemptuous to the minority position, which, bear in mind, there is only a political majority in here by 1 vote because of the Team Central Coast Liberal Alliance that exists. And that completely ignores the vast majority of people out there in the community that did not vote for either of your parties or either of your groups. Democracy and good decision-making processes are being subverted, and you have decisions that are being made for a key strategic growth region for our state, for 330,000 people, and they're not being made on an evidence base. They're not being inclusive of the entire 15. They are being done behind closed doors with minimal community input, minimal councillor input, and there is key figures in here who are shaping the agenda of everything that happens, and they are determining things without things going through the appropriate level of probity, and this is a significant decision which reflects that, and it is one of but many.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wright, we'd actually closed, so Councillor McGregor could speak his foreshadowed motion, so we're just going to go to the vote.
Okay, but you've actually, in your foreshadowed motion, made a recommendation which goes against what you wanted. You've actually said agrees with the business case recommendations and findings. You've agreed that development of at least a 1,000 tonne PA in vessel and the rest is cut off. So I think you've actually made a mistake there, which goes back to the prior point about reading and being across all the detail. Because then you've asked for an alternative options for site selection after already agreeing for something.
Without going into a confidential document, Councillor Wright, maybe you should read the papers before you comment in public.
All those in favour of Councillor McGregor's foreshadowed motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. The foreshadowed motion is lost. To vote on Councillor Eaton's motion. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion? Yes. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Neely, you. Okay, thank you. And the motion is carried. Next item is 4.3 Community and Culture Committee Minutes and Recommendations, July 2025. Councillor Castles, as the chair of this committee, would you like to introduce this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce the item. This was from our meeting held.
Yeah, can we get a motion?
Yes.
Councillor Castles?
Yeah, I'm about to go there.
Seconded by...
Yes. Sorry, I'd like to move that Council receives and notes the minutes of Community and Culture Committee meeting held in July 2025 and also adopts those recommendations. I do also have some of the recommendations that have been taken out of the block motion. So I will address that now, or will I do that afterwards? So we need to just do the move and seconding first? Yeah.
Could you just be clear about the items that you are with that are going to be considered separately?
The ones that are going to be going separately?
Yeah.
Yes, sure. I've got two bits of paper here, so it gets slightly confusing.
Can I have a seconder as well?
Yep.
Councillor Walsh, thanks.
Okay, so the ones that are actually going to be considered separately are CCC 1225 and CCC 1525, which are the draft Toukley Community Facilities Master Plan and the Woy Woy Foreshore Concept Design Report. So the only one that actually will go through, or I'll put through as not being taken out of the block. The block is only one, which is CCC 1625. The council supports Mr. Stephen Clark as officially representing Central Coast Council at the annual Town Criers Championship. Allocates the sum of $750 each calendar year towards expenses for Mr. Clark to represent Central Coast Council at the annual National Town Criers Championship, subject to his ongoing role as Town Crier, and the total amount being $2,250. And that this is reviewed, and this annual allocation is reviewed after 3 years in 2028. So I move that particular item.
Councillor Smith. Okay. We have a vote, and all those in favour of this for our town crier, the Australian champion. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Right. Councillor Castles, you're next.
Yes. So so what we have here is I think Councillor Eaton, which was CC 1225 regarding the Toukley Master Plan. Councillor Eaton, I think you may have been able to put up an amendment.
The lady should have it. Sorry, the staff should have it. I can read it out. It's just another couple of paragraphs. Notes that Harry Moore Recreation Complex is just across the road from the master plan area. Yeah, there it is. And any work should consider how these areas can be integrated for best community outcomes. And 3, subject to funding and work priorities, a master plan for the wider area, including Harry Moore, Cannon Beach and Toukley CBD, should be considered. Probably add in the words in the future.
Thanks, Councillor.
And I would hope that Councillor Castles might well just accept that, because I don't think it's against the spirit of the motion.
Could you put your buzzer off, Councillor Eaton? Thanks.
Yes, look, I'm happy to accept that, Councillor Eaton.
So, Councillor. Yeah, no,
we're happy to have that as
Councillor Walsh is a seconder for the original motion.
Is she?
Yep. So you're happy? All those in favour of the combination? Councillor Neil, yep, thank you. And that's unanimous, thank you very much. And your last item, Councillor Carter?
Yes, it's item CC 1525, which relates to the Woy Woy foreshore master plan, and I believe Councillor Neil wishes to speak to this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do move the recommendation that is before us at 1525, but there does seem to be an omission in relation to the recommendation of the committee, and there was a second provision moved at the committee that no changes be made to the Memorial Park, which forms part of the foreshore concept design, without a cultural report being prepared. I'm not sure whether that's, I assume it's sort of slipped up somehow in the communication between the committee, but what I have before me does not include that addition. I also just want to speak a little bit about the Woy Woy foreshore concept plan generally, because it is a very important cultural landmark for the people of the peninsula. This Woy Woy foreshore plan encapsulates Anderson Parks, which is adjacent to Brisbane Water Drive, the Fisherman's Wharf, the foreshore area there, the swimming pool, the ocean pool, an area next to the ocean pool which has collapsed, a very long-standing toilet that I'm glad to say is being replaced shortly. The wetlands area adjacent to that, and then Lions Park at the end. It is very important that we see this plan done properly and well. It is, as I said, a very important cultural landmark for the people of the peninsula, and I'm very pleased to see that this plan is prepared and being put forward for public exhibition. I think it's I do encourage all the residents who have an interest, which I'm sure there are many, to put forward their comments, as this will obviously shape this area for a very long period of time. I thank the staff for their contributions in this regard, and look forward to a plan that will be important for all of us. But I do wish to make one particular comment. There was a comment made that there'd been a blowout in the costs of this master plan in the Peninsula News. And I just wish to say that obviously the original estimate of the plan was based on really a lack of knowledge about what would be in the plan. There's actually been no expenditure, so no cost blowout. But I note that there is funding there available for the ocean pool and the area adjacent to that, and look forward to that work being undertaken very shortly, and for the community to be able to enjoy that ocean pool and a new toilet once again.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Can I have a seconder as well? It's Councillor Smith, thank you.
And look, if I could comment that there must have been a transcription error, and in fact the minutes of the committee did include that.
Thank you. All in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont and Councillor Daniels. Councillor Lamont. Oh, all right.
Sorry?
I thought Councillor Lamont had your hand up there. Sorry, Councillor Daniels.
No, that's okay.
Sorry, I just really quickly wanted to talk to it. I loved the idea of the Woy Woy foreshore concept plan. I think it was really amazing. There was just one little question I forgot to ask in the committee meeting. I was just wondering, with the new swimming pool, I just wanted to note that it is going to be disability access, which I think is phenomenal. Just wondering if the new toilet block that's going in is also going to have disability access for those people who are using the swimming pool.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Daniels. As per the public toilet strategy, the disability access is considered as part of the four options, depending on what's going in that particular area. So it is considered, yes.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on agenda is 5.1, adopt an integrated planning and reporting IP&R document suite amendments post-adoption. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have just one slight alteration, which I know has been sent to the Civic Support Team plus all the councillors as well. If we could please have that on screen. So basically, I know in the item there are a few mistakes made by the staff, which happens from time to time on pricing and those sorts of matters. But one thing I really want to have a bit more of a look at, as the buzzwords always are here in terms of transparency and good governance, would be to actually bring the GIPA process to the Governance and Finance Committee, and that isn't to go around the council process. It's really just to actually give it another layer. So I know that we're looking to double the additional employee costs by adding on 2 extra staff, so that will double the capacity. But I think the only issue here isn't just the additional staff resourcing. It's also how we can do a bit better with these GIPA processes. So I'm keen to just know a bit more about how they come about, who's lodging them in terms of the sorts of issues, how we manage those, and potentially, could we do things more efficiently, more effectively? How can we get better outcomes from the community? Because I know it's a sticking point. I know the councillors have referenced previously, there's been some articles in the local paper and whatnot about people with issues with these processes. So one thing I'd actually like to do, because we do have 2 weeks before the committee meeting, is, go about encouraging people who have lodged a GIPA with council to actually share their feedback and, look at things that are outside just the time frame of which it was done, because I think it's an important process that we have to get right. So while we're looking at how we allocate staff resources, I think the process is equally as important. So should this be adopted, again, it won't go past the 15 councillors. It will go through that committee where all councillors, not just the voting members, can ask questions, the staff can ask questions, obviously people from the public can come along and listen. So I think that's a worthwhile exercise, so I'm putting that forward for consideration this evening.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, okay, seconder. Thanks, Councillor Ian.
I might just clarify with Councillor Wright. I did share it with him some possible changes, and I thought he accepted them, but obviously changed your mind? Well, no, I'll ask some questions. Oh.
Councillor Neil, can you put your buzzer off, please? Thanks.
I am happy. I am open to amendments to this for sure, if you want to revisit some of those.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a couple of questions about this before I seek to amend that a little bit. So firstly, I guess my question is around the need to increase our staffing costs around GIPAs. Like, that suggests that we're getting lots of GIPA applications, and if that's the case, it raises questions about whether we're doing proactive disclosures. And I thought council had a policy or a resolution on the books, probably from the former council, if it hasn't been since, where council does do proactive disclosures rather than constantly having to respond to GIPA applications. Could I get a response from the CEO, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in response to Councillor Smith, that is correct. We do have a general principle of being open and accountable and transparent governance. In terms of whether council has a current policy with respect to proactive disclosure, we do not. However, one of the actions in our 25-26 operational plan is to develop a policy that will cover off on proactive disclosure.
All right, thank you. I am quite concerned about the culture or the perception of the culture of this council in terms of not being open and, quite frankly, making it extremely difficult for members of the community to get information. And often that information is already out in the public domain. So it just seems to be this dig in our heels at all costs and frustrate whoever is seeking information for no clear objective. I would like to just request Councillor Wright to include some changes. So these changes, and they can be in preparation for that referral to the Governance and Finance Committee, was just to request that the CEO, and I think the staff have some of these, the CEO to provide a report for the past 5 years, outlining on an annual basis, A, the number of GIPA applications received by council, B, the number of appeals to decisions by council to refuse access, and C, the number of these that are appealed and successful. Sorry, I hope the staff are all right because they've got this wording. Yeah, thank you. I would like to again add in, I note what the staff just provided as a comment, but specifically that the CEO to develop a policy on proactive release of information to our community and bring it back to council. And I think, Councillor Wright, is your implied motion deferring that expenditure until it's gone to the committee? So are you happy to accept that? Just incorporating 1 and 2 into your...
Yeah. So if you want to run with 1 and 2, that's fine. I mean, I'm also fine with number 3. It just it doesn't make a difference if it's in there or not because it's going to be deferred. So I think for the neatness of it, I'd probably move 1 and 2. But if you want to move 3 as well, more than welcome to.
Sorry, what I was just going to say, and just to help clarify, I see a summary of the GIPA applications on a monthly basis, and the vast majority of GIPA applications are actually lawyers seeking information for public liability issues in terms of motor vehicle accidents, issues people want information for neighbourhood disputes, so that, you know, when you see those numbers, it's not as though people are trying to find secret information about the mechanics of council. The vast majority of the formal GIPA applications, I have no visibility of the informals, of the formal GIPA applications are those things, and they would not be available due to open provision. They would need to be still sourced via a GIPA application.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah,
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
I'd just like to see if we could add something to Councillor Smith's amendment, if she's happy with it, and Councillor Wright obviously as well. If we could actually include the cost of actually defending GIPAs in NCAT over the last 5 years, like how much has council actually spent in legal fees, staff time and everything defending GIPAs in NCAT or even IPC, if there's a legal solicitors engaged to do that as well.
What was that, Councillor Wright?
You can do it up there too. It's not that hard.
Was it that? Just put your light off, for God's sake.
Yeah,
I know it is now. Hey. Oh, wow. Listen to the big fella. Oh, good. Good on you.
Okay, let's just dial it down a little bit. So I agree with Councillor Smith. I'm happy to maybe look at an overarching cost. Councillor Smith, if you want to put some words to that, that'd be good. And just in terms of the staff, if that's maybe to you, Mr. CEO, if that's permissible under the Act.
We just work through what we're doing because what Councillor Smith, who's moved.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. CEO, Councillor Ryan has accepted. What I'm asking for specific information to go to that standing committee, which is Councillor Wright referring it to a standing committee, the governance committee, and I'm just asking for some specific information to be provided when that committee considers this matter.
Sure. Yeah. So can we just be really clear about the wording of point 8, Councillor Wright? Are you and the seconder happy with those words? Councillor Lamont, I'm just trying to be really clear about this. Councillor Lamont suggested
I'm not
something.
happy at all. I haven't got to speak yet.
Councillor Smith then clarified something.
The total cost of processing GIPers, including any
Yeah.
Can we make it over the last 5 years? I mean, if we're looking at a report, the CEO to provide a report, can we do point 8 over the last 5 years as well?
I don't see an issue with that if the staff don't. If Councillor Wright, I mean, we're asking for 5 years of reporting.
I think maybe I could speak, Mr. Mayor. I have been waiting since the commencement. I had my button turned off about 5 times.
Yeah, but we're actually trying to resolve this issue
this
first.
repartee between the
Yeah,
two
could you
parties
please,
is fantastic. I love it, but I would like to clarify something myself.
Okay, if you just give
Thank
us
you,
a
Mr.
second.
Mayor.
You finally.
Councillor Wright,
okay.
Are you still persisting with not proceeding with the allocation of funds while these matters are dealt with by the committee?
Yeah, I would be deferring that matter, as is listed in the motion.
Well, and that being the case, I'd like to speak against this motion. Mr. Mayor, if I could proceed. I mean, this really is completely disgraceful to pretend on one, and disingenuous, to pretend on one hand that you're supporting open government, that you're supporting GIPers, at the same time, when it's been made very clear numerous times, we have received extensive correspondence as councillors, as you well know, Councillor Wright, frustrated GIPer applicants, and on each occasion, when those matters are referred to the staff, the response is that the reason there has been delay and a failure to comply with the statutory requirements of GIPA, that is because they have insufficient staff to deal with the matters. Now, we have now a solution being offered by the staff, by the director, to deal with these issues so that this council actually complies with their legislative requirements. We have had criticisms from the Ombudsman. We have had a decision overturned by NCAT. And with this supercilious, I would suggest, response of taking away the money but pretending you are actually concerned about ensuring that we can comply with our GIPA requirements, I believe that in the interest of the community and of being an open and transparent council and actually abiding by the law, which is that we do actually process GIPA applications within a set time, that you amend your motion. I'm happy for this matter to go to the committee in order to deal with those issues you've raised and that Councillor Smith has raised. I think they're worthwhile. But to withhold the money so we continue to act improperly, contrary to our community's expectations and contrary to legislation, is an affront to this chamber. And I call upon you to amend item 1 of your motion and allow those funds to be put through to allow our staff to deal with the legal obligations that they have.
Councillor McGregor, could you put your...
Thank you. Look, I foreshadowed the original staff recommendation, which includes the allocation of the resources. And I also rise to raise my concerns over the politicisation of the operational part of this council and the GIPA process. We have professional staff and professional legal staff who should be supported in doing their jobs rather than having the Governance and Finance Committee interfere in what is occurring. These are particularly sensitive matters and they should be handled by the professional staff. We wasted, well, I didn't waste it, but somebody here approved wasting $3 million on a lift and putting up some little yellow steel posts that we've already had someone taken out with. And that was apparently in the name of good governance, so that we couldn't interfere in operational matters and the councillors couldn't buggerise around with the staff. Yet when it comes to having GIPPers go to a committee and not resourcing the staff who have asked for the resources, based on the community consultation, and that is the key thing here, the community consultation from the IP&R documents has led to a recommendation coming from the professional staff for this resourcing, and it's getting knocked back to go off to another committee. It is a very concerning development, and it is more fodder for the Minister's office and for the department when they look at how chaotic and shambolic these meetings are, and it proves to them that the real decisions are made behind closed doors. They're not made in public, they're not made in open, they're not made here. They're made well and truly before these meetings by a very small coterie of people, and the 15 are undermined, the 330 odd thousand are undermined for the political will of a small few, a small minority. You should not be politicising operational matters. You should not be, as a councillor, trying to take over control of operational matters, seeking to influence them. That is the job of the people on that side of this room. It's a very key thing with your role as a councillor. Your job is to deal with strategy and to look at the policy documents and to look at the overarching, broader, bigger picture. It's not to start getting caught up in the weeds and looking at the minutiae of how the organisation works and trying to influence it so that it's changing the organisation to work in the way that you want. That is well and truly outside of the ambit of what your responsibilities are under the Local Government Act. And time again, with these committees and with these sort of decisions, we see operational matters being hijacked, being influenced, being overturned, being interfered with in nefarious ways to be put through alternative processes that are not commonplace in other councils, that are not the best way to do things, that are not helping the reputation of this council out in the community. Your job here was to rebuild and to restore community faith in this organisation. And when you consistently vote against the things that the community tell you through consultation they want you to do, that brings into question the way this place is being run and the way these decisions are being made. And time again, we see this happening. You need to learn what your role is and what your responsibilities are. And the job of a councillor is not to politicise or involve themselves in the operational wing. It's to think strategically and to make the crucial decisions on an evidence basis. That's why I am foreshadowing the original staff recommendation. It responds to the community's needs. It has resourcing allocated to it based on that community consultation, and it's making a positive change, and it's letting the experts do their job. It's not saying, I don't trust you, I'm going to have it go to my committee so that I can tamper with the outcome and fiddle with it and try and get what I want out of it, which is what we see time and time again. Things get shunted to these tiny little bodies and decisions are made without, or not reflective of, or without the input of the vast majority of people. It's about time that people in this room, in the majority, started voting in line with community consultation rather than voting against it and sending things off to a committee. The key point here, and I will labour on this point for as long as I have to, and might go in one ear and out the other, councillors should not be involved in operational matters. Councillors should not be politicising operational matters and interfering with and tampering with the work of staff to shape it in a way that fits with whatever their thought process and motivations are. And of course, I would never impugn motive on anybody here. Would never do that. Not here to say anything nasty about anyone else, because what you say and the way that you conduct yourself, the actions that you take and the way that you vote on things is recorded in public, and it's up for people to make their own minds about it. But follow the Local Government Act and stick to your responsibilities and stop trying to unduly influence the work of the professional people all the time.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just a question through you to the CEO. An apology if it was in the business paper and I missed it, but are we not complying with the required timeframes on our GIPPer applications, or to what degree are we not complying?
We are battling in a whole range of areas, and what that means is if you don't comply with the timeframes, then you can't charge. So there is a charging process for GIPA. For example, we in the last 18 months or so had a GIPA request from an individual saying, can I have every piece of correspondence or communication or any document held in your organisation that mentions my name? That would normally be a charge. We would charge that person, and that would be a considerable charge. But if you don't meet the statutory timeframes, then you can't charge. So yes, we are not meeting that, and our current levels of staffing and resource allocations are a fraction of other councils that are smaller than us. So
Okay. On that basis, Mr. Mayor, if the mover is willing, I'd be happy to not defer the allocation of funds, but still get the reports. I'm still interested in how we improve the GIPA process and have a proactive release policy. I'll just put that to the mover.
Mr. Mayor, I'll speak in favour of the motion and against the foreshadowed motion. And, I note with interest that what we're actually debating here is spending an extra $203,000. $203,000. And we've got 2,100 odd staff. So the question I have is, can this work, which is immediately has to be done by other staff which might have to be trained up or by reallocation of resources? And that's why I think it should go to the Governance Committee. I can only draw on the experience of the Council of 2017, which Councillor McGregor was a key part of, and the $300 million that led to that council being bankrupt because they...
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Councillor Layton. Just thanks, Councillor McGregor. No, he never swore.
No.
He never swore.
He doesn't like the truth, obviously. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
He invents figures, but he can swear and pretend he didn't do it. That's ridiculous, mate. That's embarrassing.
Councillor McGregor, can you please sink down? Thank you. Councillor Layton, are you finished? Councillor Wright, did you accept Councillor Smith's? Yep, you accepted that.
And in my right of reply, I might start by stating to Councillor...
Sorry, Councillor Layton, could we, Councillor Wright, could we just, Councillor Lamont had a hand up before you close. Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so people, I think there's enough staff and councillors that know I'm pretty experienced with GIPers, or have definitely put a few through. Now, we definitely need staff in that area, and holding back the funds is ridiculous. And I'll give you an example. This is before I became councillor. I was accidentally copied in on an email from staff saying that they were stressing out because they had to work on the weekend to finish actually not councillor, but Corinne Lamont's GIPA. Now, I don't know whether I was accidentally copied in or not, but that says it all. Like, if people were stressing out to complete GIPAs on the weekend, we need people there now, like not after committee meetings or anything like that. The processes from experience definitely have to be addressed. And I personally think the staff should actually be trained, especially if you haven't put a GIPA in. I think there needs, not staff, sorry, councillor training should be provided on GIPAs and the whole, the Act and everything, our requirements. And that's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Wright, to close.
Yes, I might just start picking up on a few things here. Firstly, it was from Councillor McGregor, what you say and how you say it is important. And I do note that, Councillor Neil did use the terms disgusting and disgraceful, and I would ask that you can send me a written apology in writing for that, now that the moment for a point of order is gone. But this has been a purely democratic process, and I was just stating 2 words that we used. It's a matter of public record. So if I could not be interrupted,
Can
please.
you let Councillor Wright finish, then I'll come to you. Thank you.
Look, this is actually, I'm not sure why Councillor McGregor is still complaining. This has actually been a completely democratic process. I've had councillors from all sides of the political spectrum come to me and say, ask for amendments to be included. I've included those. I've been very
Point
fair.
of order, hold on, Councillor McGregor. Well,
I wasn't quite
Councillor
referencing
McGregor,
that.
council staff will check the video link later. But I
That wasn't what I was
never heard it.
referencing. I was talking about the motion. And I was happy to take on those amendments from Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, and I think it was actually Councillor Neal who moved the original part about including the funds. So I think we've actually come out with a pretty good outcome here. So I don't see it as a bad process at all.
Councillor Neal.
I just, as a point of personal explanation, those two terms that Councillor Wright referred to were a reference to the strategy and procedure rather than the individual Councillor Wright. That being the case, there's no dispersion in relation to him. But mainly, I'd just like to congratulate the Councillor Wright for being persuaded by the robust and healthy debate that took place, that he did consider the matters that were raised, and I commend him for that.
Thank you. All these in favour of the motion? No. Yeah, there's a foreshadow motion that will come if the motion is lost. So all those in favour of the motion is the amended motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland. Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, can we see the amended motion, please?
There's only one motion.
Sorry. The motion that I was congratulating Councillor Wright in which he indicated was that subsection 1 of his motion has been amended to say that the additional employee cost of 2,000 blah blah blah. So remove notes that the ALT has internally. From notes to internally should be removed, so that one should read approves additional employee costs of. So capital A and then S rather than D, please. Yeah, S. Sorry, what was that?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, could you please ask the staff to change D to S?
Yep, they're just working. Change.
It should say approves additional employee costs rather than approved.
Change D to S.
No, not the whole lot out. Leave just the approves. Is there some other matter that is an issue?
Scroll down to the bottom as well.
Not following.
Yeah, we need to make sure that's.
Okay. Can you do that? Because I can't.
And then, sorry, yep. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Wright? Yeah, Councillor.
Just if you could roll it back down to the top, we were at number 1. I'm quite happy with that, but I'm wondering whether we should have council approves additional employee costs of $203,600 because obviously the matter of these amendments to fees and charges, etc., plus this matter of employee costs has been brought to us as a council for us to consider. So I believe we should say, it should say, council approves additional employee costs.
It's essentially, this is a resolution of council, so it's implied. Every decision that you make that forms minutes of the council is the decision of the council, so it's unnecessary. It doesn't hurt to have it in there, but it's not necessary.
If it could stay in there anyway, I'd appreciate that.
Jared, you're fine with that? Thank you. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Eaton, are you in favour? No. Councillor Lamont, Councillor Daniels, all those against? Councillor Eaton. Thank you. Next item is Community Participation Plan for Adoption. Do they have a mover?
Mr. Mayor, I start this. If I could, I gave the staff a recommendation that I'd like to put forward, please, or a motion that I'd like to put forward. I'll just get that up. So it was, I was including just a couple of suggested changes to the plan, the draft plan. And if I have a seconder, I'll just talk to those.
Can we have a seconder? Have we got a seconder, please?
Councillor Lamont is second.
Councillor Lamont, sorry, I never saw you. Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so I'll just go through these suggestions. So the community participation plan basically outlines how the community participates in planning matters. And so it has information about how community makes submissions and that sort of thing. There is a table that describes the various advertising requirements for different types of development. And for development consent, there are 3 categories there that talk about a physical notice being placed at the site, but for 2 of them it doesn't have that. So the recommendation includes that it does require a physical notice to be displayed for all 3 categories. Number 2 is on page 4, it has consideration of submissions. And again, it talks about what planning staff say, or councils often say, is that if everybody puts in a similar submission, we're only going to count it as one submission. And I think that's quite unfair to a lot of processes. And so I just wanted to clarify that if numerous submissions include the same issues or dot points, that does not mean they are the same submission. By all means, people need to include in their submission their own views and their own perspective, but just because they have the same points that they are concerned about does not mean that those 6 submissions should be treated as just one. So I just wanted that clarified. Part 3 has a sentence, the community participation plan has a sentence that says submissions need to be based on planning grounds in support or objection for the proposal. And again, this document is read by general members of the community. And if I wasn't interested in planning and didn't know anything about planning, I'd think, oh no, I can't put in a submission unless I talk about floor space ratios and lot sizes and things like that. And that's not what is required. And the EP&A Act talks about other things like public interest and ESD and all of those other things that are relevant to planning. So I would just ask, and I'm happy for us not to wordsmith this right here and now, if staff understand the sense of what I'm trying to convey. And the last point is that I think it says submissions need to be due by 5 p.m. on the date of closing. I've never understood that. Why? Because I don't think any staff member is going to read a submission at 5 and include it. And as somebody that works, have often in my life been sitting up till midnight trying to get submissions in by a due date. So I would ask that our deadline for submissions be changed to midnight rather than 5 p.m. So that is the justification for that motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Milland.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, there's quite a lot there, and I think most councillors just saw this just before the meeting. A question to the director. I don't know if you want to respond now to the whole 4 areas in regards to this matter, but should this go to a workshop? Maybe it's a question for the CEO to work through this a little bit more thoroughly, because it seems like there's a lot of questions there. Just on point 1 about different types of development needing different types of notices, I take that's from a planning act. But I'd like maybe for consideration for a workshop on this, because it does seem a lot to debate on the floor of council tonight. So.
Happy to defer it, Mr. Mayor, to the next meeting if councillors want more time to consider it.
Yeah, do that.
Councillor Eaton.
Yeah, no, I'll move a procedural motion to be deferred to the next council meeting.
Right. You happy with that, Councillor Smith?
Yeah.
Yep. Or Councillor Lamont.
All those in favour?
Okay, that's fine. I guess we can wait until it's moved to the next meeting or whatever. So I'll put my hand down now.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, before you do go, one thing I forgot to mention, I actually thought part of the point of this plan was the move by councillors to increase the number of submissions required before something got referred to the regional planning panel or whichever panel it was, maybe it was the local planning panel. That's not mentioned in the plan at all, so if I could just ask staff to clarify if that should be in there. I thought the CPPs did include that. Okay, should it be in this document there? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All those in favour of putting it into a workshop? Unanimous, thank you. Yep. 5.6 Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference 2025 Attendance and Voting. Do I have a motion, Councillor Eaton?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I put a motion through to civic support, suggesting 7 councillors to be appointed.
Can
So
I have
that could be brought up?
Seconder for the motion. Somebody second. Councillor McQuaid, was that you?
Yes, that's it. I don't need to speak to it. It's self-explanatory.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, knowing it won't be successful, I would like to attend as a voting member. So I guess I'll put that out there. I'm not sure how these names got determined. Councillor Eaton, how did they get determined? With whom?
That's my motion. Councillor Smith, you put up your own.
Yeah.
Okay. So what a breakdown have we got? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, can you just scroll up, please? Thank you. 1, 2, 3. So we've got 4 Liberals and 3.
No.
No, I count them as Liberal, 4 Liberals, 3 Labor.
You're too liberal to Team Centre Course, Free Labour, and
So look, I'll move an amendment, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that and remove Deputy Mayor Eaton and substitute Councillor Smith. Let's do that, just for fun.
can you do a seconder for that? Seconder, Councillor Lamont, thank you. Councillor Lamont seconded it. And amendments to remove Councillor.
And have a true independent.
Any other discussion on that? We'll put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith.
Go on, go, Mr. Mayor. Come on.
All those against? Councillor McKenna,
you
Councillor
could have done
Mullin,
something innovative.
Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Kyla Daniels, Councillor Daniels. Did you abstain? So Councillor Stanton abstained.
Oh, you're going to have to use your casting vote,
Councillor Neil. And I'll vote against the amendment, McCassin vote. So the amendment's down, and all those in favour of the amendment.
Sorry, you finished with that?
All those finish with the
amendment, yep.
Yeah,
So with the motion, could I request an additional part for other councillors that may wish to attend as non-voting members, and I'd like to attend as a non-voting member?
That's already included.
Okay, then I'll put my name there. Thank you.
You didn't need your casting vote.
Sorry, can I also say that council may want to consider the date of that November meeting, because the conference finishes on the Tuesday afternoon and the council meeting is on the Tuesday night. So not now, but you may well want to think about that.
All those in favour of the motion?
Can I
sorry,
put myself
Councillor
down?
Lamont.
That's okay. Can I put my name down with Councillor Smith,
Yep.
please?
Yep, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Yep, thank you.
But under the council policy, you just have to send me an email.
Yeah,
and have not burnt your councillor allocation. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so all those in favour of they just need to send an email. And Councillor Crowley.
Thank you.
So all those in favour of the motion? Yeah, I've got Councillor Crowley. Councillor Crowley, because we're only allowed 3, but we can sort that out after. It's all those in favour of the motion is Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullin, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels, and against. And Councillor Lamont is against. Motion's carried. Community Support Grant Programme 5.8 or 5. Sorry, 5.7.
I'm sure 5.7 got pulled. No, it went through in the block.
Councillor Lamont, I think. Councillor Lamont, did you have a question on 5.7?
No.
No.
All right.
Yeah. All those in favour?
All right.
All those in favour of 5.7?
Yeah. So we are at 5.8 now.
Yeah. So is that one we're voting?
Yeah.
All those in favour of 5.7? Unanimous, thank you. 5.8 Community Support Grant Programme, May 28, 2025. Do we have a motion, please? Councillor Neal. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Moreland.
Councillor Lamont want to speak.
Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont.
Just got to turn the speaker on. Turn the microphone on.
Yeah, your microphone's not on.
Yeah, sorry, microphone. Yeah, no, it's on now. Sorry about that. So with the $300,000 that we've allocated for these grants, I'm just wondering what sort of what activities council actually takes to actually promote it. My thing is, a lot of activities in the community, activities that council can't do, that community steps in and does, and I'm just wondering how well we actually promote these grants to sort of, fill that gap of things that council can't do, and with allocated funds. So I'm just looking at through you, Mr. Mayor, if someone can sort of answer, how far we go to actually promote the grants.
So through the CEO, through the Mayor, Council undertakes a number of activities to promote the grant program throughout the year. So via social media, there's distribution through the not-for-profit sector, through community organisations, mainstream media. There's a whole raft of activities that are undertaken that promote the grant program throughout the year.
Sure. Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, just another question. Is there any indication of uptake being, stable over the years, or has it increased or gone down? Are there any statistics regarding the uptake on it? Are we actually providing enough funding?
I'll need to take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Oh, Councillor Yeah, it's still unanimous, he wasn't in the room. Yeah. 5.9, active council resolution status. Can I have a mover? Councillor Lamont? Councillor Smith?
Yes, I'm not sure if Councillor... look, I wanted to move or at least speak to this. Councillor Lamont, did you have a motion? Sorry.
No, I just wanted to actually speak to it as well. I have some questions.
Mr. Mayor, I will move what's on the board, but I will put another part. And point 2 will be that council notes with concern a number of resolutions that have not been implemented as required by council. In particular, and the 2 resolutions that I would like to list would be 680/25 and then also 682/25. And I won't try and get the staff to type in the full motions, but I would like them included in the minutes if I could. And I would like to talk to this, and then I will ask the CEO for some assistance in adding a part that follows through on those 2 motions. So if I have a seconder, I will speak to that, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Lamont has her hand up.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm really disturbed, concerned. I'd like to say angry, but I'm probably trying not to get that far. So I will just describe the 2 motions I've listed. So the first motion came, 680/25, came from the minutes of the Economic Development Committee, I think, Councillor McNamara, and I don't know whether you will recall, but it was about a probity policy. And I moved that, you ended up adopting it, and we had a conversation in the chamber about when that would come back to council. I haven't gone back and checked the recording, but that conversation is strong in my memory. and the staff agreed that that would come back in June. Nothing came back. Nothing is on the business paper tonight, except for this table that says I don't know, it says something about somebody's going to do something. But the point is, it was a lawful resolution of council, and I believe that is breach of a number of things for lawful resolutions of council not to be implemented. The second one relates to a resolution of council that was for staff to organise a workshop on heritage. The resolution stated that staff were to work with interested councillors in discussing the format of that workshop, working out who would be invited, engage an independent consultant, and that workshop was to happen by the end of July. And so we're now at the 22nd of July, and I do note that this afternoon there was an email that came round that obviously somebody realised that there had been no action on this resolution of council. So I guess my frustration is that this is not good enough. And again, I am trying to monitor my commentary, but I would note that in the former council, these deadlines were taken seriously. Like, these were hard deadlines in motions. They weren't flexible or guidelines or something that could be ignored. And my strong recollection is on one particular matter where staff knew that they weren't going to meet the deadline, they put up a report to that meeting to explain that they weren't going to meet the deadline and seek further direction, and we're not even getting that. So there is something wrong here, and I'm incredibly frustrated by it. And I probably am making it quite clear, so I won't go on. But I will now ask, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. I don't need to hear excuses or anything like that, but I would like some way forward on those two motions in particular, because it is unacceptable that they have not come back to council by now. So if I could get some wording as to how we action those two resolutions of council, considering the dates have now passed.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Can I also have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Castles, thanks.
I'm looking for some wording, Mr. CEO. That probity policy was meant to come in June. I noticed there's a comment there that staff are now sourcing it out, but that wasn't the motion.
We commissioned a person to do the piece of work. That person was going to deal with that in conjunction with some other work that they were doing for us. That piece of work has been cancelled on 2 occasions, once because of weather and the other time because of an illness, a serious illness in that person's family. But your comments are correct. If there's a hard deadline, we should at least provide a response back to the council as to why we're not hitting the deadline.
Councillor Milland.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith, just a question. 68225, is that the right resolution? I'm just trying to find that one in the report, and I can't identify it. I just want to make sure we're capturing the right resolution.
It's a problem.
Is it on the outstanding actions report?
Not even on the report. You have to go back to the minutes of the meeting to find it.
All right, no further. Councillor.
What I would like is a part 3 that says that resolution 680/25 will come to council, and I'm asking the CEO for a date, and that resolution 682/25 will be actioned as a matter of urgency. And again, I do note that an email came around this afternoon from staff, but that email didn't actually capture the intent of that resolution. So perhaps if if, through you, Mr. CEO, if the appropriate director could convene a meeting with interested councillors to discuss that within the next fortnight, please.
Sure. Sorry, clearly we can see 680.25. We're trying to find 682.
Yep, go back to the minutes of the May meeting. It hasn't even been May this year.
May council meeting.
Yes, May council meeting.
Right.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, can you put your buzzer off, please? Councillor Castles.
Councillor Smith, I'm wondering if you might possibly accept an additional point to this, a point 4, which would be that in future, if any active council resolution will not be completed by the time frame originally indicated, that a report be brought back to council explaining the reasons as to why that isn't the case. Thank you.
Councillor Lamont.
This is one that I've been sort of keeping an eye on, and it's number 584.25, and I think it goes back to the February meeting, where it directs the CEO to establish a dedicated web page on the council website providing information on council's actions regarding illegal camping and homelessness statistics. There are about four parts to 484.25, but it's definitely not on the list. No, I don't know. I've tried to search council's website to see if we have actually done anything about that point or not. If I could ask that question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry. I didn't understand what she said.
Councillor Lamont, can you please repeat yourself?
Okay, so 584.25 basically said it was under the motion regarding unlawful camping in parks and reserves. I think it was brought by Councillor Eden at the time and seconded by Councillor McQuaid. I put an amendment through on the motion suggesting that we have a dedicated web page on council's efforts in regards to that, and that's part of the motion became 584.25. I'm just trying to find out whether we have actually done anything on this, and if we haven't, why isn't it on the report? That's one question. I do have another one.
Just looking at the moment.
That's fine.
Have you got your other questions now while staff are looking, Councillor Lamont?
Yep. Okay, so the other one is, this is to do with the library. I think it's item, the review on the library. I think some of us are familiar that a petition has been actually submitted to council regarding, stopping the demolition of the library. I'm just wondering, how is that figured into that review? Like, what happens with that petition? Because noting that my motion to actually establish a petition policy was voted down at the last meeting, I think, or the meeting before. I'm just wondering how we're going to actually deal with that petition with the review.
Through the CEO and the Mayor to Councillor Lamont, any petitions that are registered as part of the consultation process will come back in the consultation report.
So we'd still be looking at it as part of the demolition of Old Gosford Library. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that again, Councillor Lamont?
Okay, so I guess the person who people
just
have been involved. Okay, I guess the people in the community would like to know what is actually happening with that petition now that councillors received it, and just a simple, okay, this is when it's going to be addressed, that type of thing. And I'm asking because there's an outstanding item, outstanding resolution in that report, so I just sort of be the perfect time to sort of ask about it.
Through the Mayor, again, the petition will be registered in the consultation report that will come back through the Library Review Panel shortly.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, take the other question.
Councillor Lamont, we'll have to take that other question on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further debate. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 6.1. Notice a motion, Tugger Regional Sports Centre Stage 2 preparation. Councillor Reaton?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I move it as printed. I think Councillor McNamara is going to second.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor McNamara.
I'll speak to it only briefly, Mr Mayor. This is one of the council's priority projects and is in the list that was prepared for the federal election of property projects that we're asking funding for. Obviously, we're largely unsuccessful, I think, in most of those projects, and it's certainly been the case in the past that projects that are so-called shovel-ready tend to get priority in most funding and grant applications as to those that are just simply a concept. So I believe we should be moving forward on this with a view to having it shovel ready, that is designed, costed and with a development approval before the next federal election in 3 years' time. I expect it would take about that long to get to that stage. This motion is only actually asking for a report because obviously even a design will take quite some millions of dollars and take some time. And so we have to identify the funding. It may well be that would go into the next budget, next year's budget for 26-27. But I believe it could be funded out of developer contributions. And my understanding is we've got roughly $220 million sitting in the kitty of developer contributions, and they appear to be going up faster than we're spending them. So I do think that a use of a few million of those dollars to progress this very exciting development would be money well spent. But having said that, that's a matter for the report when it comes back, assuming this motion is supported. Clearly, it's always been envisaged as the stage 2 of the regional sports centre. It is ideally located, I think, in the centre of the Central Coast, great links to the freeway, but just as importantly, public transport links and extensive car parking already on site. So we can make this into in the future, a really exciting sporting precinct, and with the benefits for sports tourism that will come with this development in the fullness of time. I think that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Reaton. Councillor McNamara.
This facility, I've been involved from the beginning. About 15 years it's been going now, since about 2010 when the concept first came. The business case, original business case, certainly had the sports tourism mantra around all of it about the attracting of major events on a regular basis. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen at the moment on a regular basis because a lot of organisations bypass the Central Coast because of the lack of the facilities you're looking at on page 173, the indoor courts and the grandstands and associated amenities. So as Councillor Eaton said, having this particular facility shovel ready for upcoming elections is something that we should progress, and the report will be go a long way towards that. So I think also in the economic development strategy, I would see that this facility that would probably take 3 or 4 years to progress and be completed would certainly attract many organisations and many hundreds and thousands of people over the year to increase hospitality through the hotels, accommodation, etc. So I commend the recommendation to the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Malamala. Any other discussion? Councillor Millen.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to speak in support of the recommendation. This project has already been on our books for 14 years. There was always plans for a stage two, and if you go back through the council records or previous council and this council, there's been plans and designs and more promises to the local community, but again, stage two has never been delivered. To Councillor McNamara's point, it wasn't just about playing fields for kids, it was about sports tourism and really activating that Tuggerah precinct. Our community needs more sports grounds, especially regional class sports grounds, not only for the kids to play sport here on the Central Coast, but to attract major events to the Central Coast. So, again, to Councillor McNamara's point, it will be 3 or 4 years before anything will happen on that site in regards to stage two. We really do need to progress it quickly, and I commend that it's been brought in front of this council tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, a question, and I totally support the development, but Councillor Eden said we have got the funds and developer contributions. I just want to make sure that we can actually. Does the CEO agree that we can use those funds? That's one question. And the other one is there any way of future-proofing? The comment I think was made that by the time things happen and everything, codes change and stuff like that. Is there any way of, future-proofing your concept designs and everything so you don't have to sort of keep changing things? And I mean, especially with politics and everything, I'm quite sure promises are made around election time and things could be different after elections. So, if we're going to spend $3.5 million getting this part done, is there any way of future-proofing that 3.5 for the future?
In terms of the use of developer contributions, we have to make sure that that it matches to something in the plan. Doesn't necessarily mean it can be done straight away, but so it may need to re-exhibit your plan. Typically, you would do something like that, given it's a regional facility, out of your Section 712 plan. But that's something that can be progressed, advertised, and included in the plan. It is a true regional facility, so it would serve a facility like that would service people from the Hawkesbury River all the way up to Lake Macquarie. So it clearly could be, but there's a procedure to follow to fund it. I'm quite sure about the second point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. Look, I certainly do support this proposition. I just sort of thought I'll give a bit of a real example. Even now, when sporting teams come from other areas of the state, the compliments that we tend to get, and I'm not talking about council, I'm sure council does as well, but I'm talking personally, anecdotally, that people really do enjoy the fact that there are numerous grounds that they can play on in the same area, which makes it great for sort of socialising as well, because they're not spread all over the coast, that the facilities there already are terrific, particularly in terms of, as people said, the parking, nearby transport, even, the local shopping centres that are close by. So it is actually in a really quite ideal position. So I could see it really can only benefit the Central Coast in general and our local community, but also definitely have a great impact into the future on, sports tourism and building up that kind of area of our, I guess, economy, but also area of our social and community life. So yes, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. No more discussion. You want to close? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 6.2, notice of motion, Mayor and Chief Executive Officer's diary disclosures. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just for the record, I guess, get some advice from the CEO whether I could put this non or not?
Well, technically, it is a rescission. The motion, very similar to this, was negatived 2 months ago. However, it is published on the agenda with the consent of the meeting. I think you could potentially move it. But if the view of the meeting, if it doesn't want to consider it, then it shouldn't consider it.
Yeah, I did think it was the April meeting, but still. Anyway, if you're willing to indulge that, and if I have a seconder or maybe even a thirder, just to be sure.
Have we got a seconder?
Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Neal.
And Councillor Lamont has also indicated her support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I indicated in the commentary, I do appreciate that your office has included some information on Council's website. But I will say that I don't think it is sufficient. And I attached with that motion an example of the Minister's calendar disclosures. I'm also looking at the moment the open diary summary from the Mayor of Newcastle that lists what groups he has met and what the nature of that meeting was. So I would persist with the motion as it stands, that I would like some more information in those disclosures, and recognising that there may be an occasional meeting that needs to be confidential for some reason, but that could be listed as a confidential meeting. I will stress this is not about catching out the Mayor or catching out the CEO in any way. It is about the role of the Mayor is first amongst equals. So although the Mayor does, in my understanding, and I'm not talking about you personally, Mr. Mayor, a Mayor does have an opportunity to have particular interests that they take forward through that role. Importantly, their role, as I said, is first amongst equals, that they are there representing the governing body of council, the other 14 councillors, in how they perform their duties. And I think it is fair and reasonable for those other 14 councillors to know what role the Mayor is forming for himself, because we don't know. I don't know what you do in your role as Mayor from day to day, or which groups you are meeting with, whether you are meeting with a broad spectrum of group or a particular focus that you might have. And as I said, you're representing, not you, the Mayor is representing all 15 councillors and the governing body. Similarly with the CEO, again, it's not about catching the CEO. It's about knowing the CEO is the only employee that these 15 councillors employ. And I suppose I would like to understand how the CEO is focusing his time in that role. Certainly in former councils where we've talked about the role of the CEO, one of the discussions we have previously had, is it an outward facing role or is it an inward facing role? And that's not about knowing about operational matters. It's about, is it more important for the CEO to be out there forming relationships in the wider community, or is it more important for the CEO at that time to be building the culture of the organisation and working on the culture of the organisation. And we don't get line of sight on that information. So these diary disclosures are really about understanding how those two critical roles, and they're the only two critical roles that are accountable to the governing body, how they are being performed. And so I would urge you, councillors, to support this motion. So the only other point, and again, not meaning to get anybody offside, Mr Mayor, but I know the councillors' expenses policy talks strongly about council resources not being used for any particular political purpose, and not yourself, Mayor, but I know previous mayors have had questions raised about how they use resources and whether it leans or seeks to favour a political party. And again, I'm not talking about yourself, Mayor, I'm talking about previous mayors. And that has been an issue that has needed some attention or some alteration of how those resources are used. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for the grilling and support. Thanks for the grilling and the support. I'm joking. It was a sense of humour. It was meant to be a joke. Maybe getting late. Councillor Neil.
To speak very briefly, I think it is important we have transparency, particularly with those two roles. I note that it does not include internal appointments. I don't know if I completely agree with that view. If you are carrying out your role as an official role, I think even internally should probably be disclosed. But I don't press that at this time. It is something that's familiar to many people holding positions of influence and power, and allowing them to be properly monitored, ensure they do comply with all requirements. So I do urge the chamber to support the motion that's before them.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Wright.
Just a quick question. I'd be keen to get a sense of, how much extra workload this would be on the staff, because I know you are already disclosing a fair bit of information online. Just curious. Maybe that's one for the CEO. Obviously, we can't unfortunately ask the civic support staff, who would be no doubt doing the work, but just keen to get a rough sense of what that might look like.
Well, essentially, both the mayor and myself publish our diaries on the website, so that's already being done. The preparation of a report will obviously, every report costs money, several $1,000s, but not enormous amounts of money. And as I said, currently there is a document on our website that identifies what I do, and also I understand the mayor also publishes his diary as well. So, but to do any council report costs a couple of $1,000s by the time you produce it, even if the information's already there by the time you get it, through and onto the website and etc.
Councillor Milland.
Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. I understand the intent here, and I think good probity and governance is really important. I done some reading prior to the meeting in regards to the Local Government Act, and I just want to make sure it's not a requirement under the Local Government Act to put diaries out on a public exhibition. I understand. Could that be clarified?
There's no requirement to do that.
Yeah.
And this is the first time this question has been raised in my career. So,
my secondary question is, Councillor Smith gave two examples. One was a minister. I know ministers have different requirements, and the Mayor of Newcastle. Do we know how many other councils in New South Wales would be publishing their diaries?
I'm not aware. I'm sorry, I'm not aware.
So, all those in favour of the motion?
I'll close the debate.
Sorry.
Look, I don't know the specific answer to that question, Councillor Milland, either, but I'm aware of Lord Mayor of Newcastle and Hornsby Mayor publishes something, not quite the same. Those that do publish are slightly different. And if you look at a number of other councils, whether in Australia or around the world. So I think the fact that others don't do it doesn't mean we shouldn't lead and demonstrate best practice. And as I said, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you published something, but listing community group, Avoca, is not the level of, I guess, it's not what I'm asking for, and it's not the example that I've been given or that I've provided. Similarly, as I said, the Mayor of Newcastle, by comparison, has got, what's he got? Oh, he's listed, Newcastle Maritime Museum Society. He's listed the Hamilton community. He's listed the Bishop of Tyrrell Anglican Church. So,
I'm sure we can add that into the.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, all those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. Motion is defeated, and it was defeated the last time when we put this stuff up, and we'll put more detail up as well. Yeah, so that's all right. Next item, agenda 6.3, notice of motion, Heritage and Cultural Advisory Committee.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wish to move the motion standing in my name.
Yep.
But I have actually consulted with a number of members of the council, and there are two minor amendments to that motion that is before you, and they relate to subsection C. The two alterations are firstly changing where it says 2 councillor representatives to 4, and where it says in the next line 4 members of the community, I wish to change that to, I think it was 10. What's been pointed out to me is that there were substantially more members of the Heritage Committee prior to the present council, and that there are a large number of people who had an interest and contributed as a result of their expertise and engagement with this area. So I've accordingly amended my motion. I will proceed now to speak in favour of the motion, Mr. Mayor, if that's appropriate. I don't want to interrupt your discussions. This is quite an important committee. I know I've had indications from Councillor Wright and Councillor Eaton that there is some resistance to this motion, which I find disappointing. But I think it is very important. Our life on the coast, though we are a new area relatively, does have a history that we should remember and celebrate. And also we should respect the heritage items that are in our community, and we need to ensure that they are considered in the decisions that the council makes. There are a large number of people in the community that do have expertise in this area of heritage and local history. Unfortunately, with all due respect to the councillors here, I do not believe that the councillors are among that esteemed group, though I'm sure many of you do have a strong interest, as I do. I've enjoyed the living in a heritage house since I moved up here to the coast, and it's always a great pleasure to me. But the thing is that a lot of times heritage items, if they are not focused on, if they are not taken into account in making decisions, particularly in relation to development, those heritage items can be either deteriorate because the community is not aware of them, or they are not given the appropriate protections that are needed. This advisory committee, and it is an advisory committee, it's not a committee of councillors. It is not the committee which we have already, which is the Community and Heritage Committee.
culture, that plays a very different role. That is ensuring that the decisions they go through the sausage factory and are dealt with by the committees before they come to the council. This is provides for community members with particular interest and particular expertise, providing the benefit of that expertise to this council. And I believe that it's invaluable and necessary. Unfortunately, there has been no Heritage Committee since the election of this council, and I have to confess I didn't understand that it had been disbanded at our election, and I feel like I've been somewhat tardy in not re-establishing this committee earlier, but better late than never. So I strongly urge and ask that the councillors do support this very important Heritage Committee, which will preserve our history, something that I think is an integral part of the Central Coast. We're not all sportsmen. We all do not spend all our days watching sport, but also you can watch sport and be interested in heritage. And I think that's what a well-balanced person and a well-balanced community will do. So I urge you to support this committee.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Walsh, but could I have a seconder?
As I am
Councillor Walsh, yes. Thanks.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak in favour of the motion and in favour, obviously, of the development of a heritage committee. I acknowledge the CEO's response to the motion and appreciate what is pointed out in terms of the benefits of heritage committees. I think re-establishing a heritage committee is something that would receive broad and extensive support in the community. There is strong interest in our community in terms of supporting heritage, and as Councillor Neil has pointed out, our community includes many who are really highly skilled and highly qualified in heritage matters. That's important to our region, important to our community. Only just last week, Mr. Mayor, yourself and Councillor Wright and I were at a community meeting where a heritage painting colour selection issue came up. I actually didn't know that there were heritage experts on colours. I shouldn't have been surprised, having also previously lived in a heritage home myself. And I was saddened to hear how actually inappropriately I feel that matter has been responded to by council. I'm sure it can be addressed, and so just on what might be seen as a smaller matter than maybe some of the large-scale heritage matters that we might be wanting to address, the breadth of heritage areas and heritage issues is highlighted by that example, that we can get things right or we can get things wrong. We can respect heritage or we can disrespect heritage. And obviously, on that, I'm wanting us as a council to respect heritage and hope that our councillors support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I rise to support the move to establish a heritage advisory committee, and I want to note a couple of things here. So, the advisory committee role is quite different to the statutory committee, and that means that you get your external experts. You get 10 of them in for free if you vote in favour of this, and that's based on the initial model that the established heritage committee had for this council. Just referring back to the terms of reference for that, there was also additional representation from the Brisbane Water Historical Society, the Wyong District Museum and Historical Society, the Darug and Lower Hawkesbury Historical Society, the Dark and Young Local Aboriginal Land Council, other local historians, heritage architects, planners, as well as archaeologists. I'm not sure if they were a formal member of the committee or if they were one of the externals, but the Norah Head Lighthouse people also frequently attended. And we also had representatives that talked about the history of the shipbuilding industry and the maritime industry on the Central Coast. And there was also some particularly passionate people from the southern end with the Henry Kendall Cottage and some other groups there. So if you establish this committee, you're basically going to be working with the people in the community who are already working in this field, have passionate volunteers and staff who work on this, and you've got that dialogue and that feedback. It's a bottom-up approach with the advisory committee, and while I see the difference between the two, and I can see the purpose of the two is vastly different, I do see a role for both with this current council, and I think if we are going to look at having advisory committees, that heritage would be a good place to start, potentially for a pilot program. I also would like to support the existing work in the heritage side of things that this council has done. I've always been impressed with the staff that have been in the heritage side of the council, and I think one of the things that I see is a little bit disappointing with the council, and that is that quite often we have a lot of great ideas come through, and it's about resourcing them and the priorities that are established for them. So I would like to see our history and our heritage as something that is a bit of a priority, rather than as cringing and looking back at the past and saying we don't want to have that, everything's got to be brand new, every way that the old way was wrong. I don't think we should reject that approach. I don't think we should adopt that approach. And considering that I'm sitting in a council dominated by Conservatives, I would think that you too would like to conserve the past, and we could run a joint ticket on something for once. The idea around the indoor sporting complex in phase 2 of Tuggerah was a worthy one. It was meritorious and obviously got unanimous support. Councillors, this too is worthy of your support, and it is a meritorious proposal. It's actually making your job easier through having people that already are involved in this field come through, bubble up, feed up the ideas, and having this committee will also allow us to hear about the great work which is already happening in the heritage side of council. I can't remember which committee it is, but there was one committee that had a recent presentation from that part of council with a project they'd been working on with a consultant, and that was highly regarded by the people who were on that committee. It passed through this chamber without any opposition. So this is something that we can find agreement on, we can find consensus, and we can work together on. I'm not saying that if the council decided to establish this committee, it has to meet every fortnight, or we need to waste every Tuesday night being told what's happening, but it would be good to see us put a little bit of time and effort into these things. And note that the Central Coast has a rich cultural heritage going back tens of thousands of years. It didn't just start when the white people got here and started clearing out the land of the people who were already here and stole it from them. There's actually a lot that happened beforehand, and there's a lot to celebrate that's happened after that, but we should be looking at the whole picture, and particularly when it comes to our built environment. Think about the people that design these buildings, think about the men and women that work on them, that use them every day, rather than just going, all right, well, we'll knock it down and maybe keep a little bit of the facade if we want to try and pretend we're artsy and cool and trendy. We might actually look at preserving some of these things, or look at the intrinsic or the inherent value, learn the lessons that we can from the past, and be proud of who we are and where we come from, rather than go, oh, no, I don't like it, we'll just do it a different way now. So, councillors, I'd encourage you to support this, even if it is not the perfect model or not the perfect motion, or you don't love the person who's put it up, or whatever your motivations are. If we're voting basically on what the substance is of it's in front of you, there's not really any reason to oppose this. If you want to amend it in a constructive way, go for it, but these are the kind of things that should pass through this chamber without debate and without consternation or conflict. Councillors, I urge you to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor McGarrigle, but just before we go to the next speaker, because of the time, I'd just like to get somebody to put forward a procedural motion that the meeting, council, we extend for 30 minutes. Councillor Wright, second by Councillor Rayton, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Back to Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just asking the mover if we could add a part E, which would just read that we note that the outcomes of the Heritage Workshop, which was the resolution I referred to earlier, so in brackets 682/25. Sorry, do you want me to just go a little bit more slowly? Part E. So part E. Note that the outcomes of the Heritage Workshop, in brackets, resolution 682/25 will inform the work of the proposed Heritage and Cultural Advisory Committee. So if the mover and seconder are happy to accept that.
Oh, hang on. No, you go.
Councillor Neil, you're happy with that amendment?
Yes, we have consulted previously. I'm very happy to include that as part of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Castles, was you all right? Any other discussion?
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Wright?
Mayor. I do have a amendment to make, and I know I've circulated that with the councillors. And look, I agree that heritage is important. It is an issue that we need to be looking at with the lens of everything we do. And you know, I think I don't come at this in a disrespectful way. I like the ideas of what you put forward. I think, you know, sometimes every councillor in the chamber comes at it from a different way and wants the same outcome. So for me, if the staff wouldn't mind putting up the amendment on the screen, I'm not a fan of putting in further committees at this stage. And again, this is just my personal view. I think we've got enough. I know a few councillors tonight have referenced the extraordinary cost of these committees. You know, so understanding that this committee would cost multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars is something that does weigh heavily on me. And that's before someone does a point of order. That was based on the quote provided by the staff earlier today, noting that it would be up to $50,000. And noting now that the committee has increased in numbers, I would imagine it would definitely be on the larger side of that scale. So for me, it is a cost which we have to think about for the community. It is quite a substantial amount of money. And again, I say that in a respectful way. It's my beliefs on the matter, and I'm happy to share those as a councillor. So I think we really do need to have a think about how we can better incorporate heritage into what we're already doing. And as I said over email to councillors as well, I think to give Councillor McNamara credit, particularly in those first couple of Economic Development Committee meetings, I think he did a good job, and I assume will continue to do the same, of bringing in some of these external voices so that they can share these stories with council. I think that is important. It's a far more cost-effective manner, but we can really get some good outcomes from that. So I suppose what this amendment does for councillors is really provide two options. One is a far more cost-effective model that will still, in my opinion, incorporate these community voices, or the original motion proposed. So they're the two options provided to the councillors. I'm not here to try and name call and call people groups of sides of politics and whatnot. These are my beliefs. I'm happy to put them forward, and councillors can vote accordingly.
Councillor Ian? Oh, sorry, Councillor Castles.
Councillor Wright.
Okay, second, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, so you've done the second. Look, I have to say I couldn't support Councillor Wright's amendment. There's a couple of reasons for it, and you know, I take on board that Councillor Wright, that you're doing this in good faith, absolutely, and that you are concerned about heritage. I don't doubt that for one moment. But I think one of the differences is, and I guess this is where I can see the benefit of having an advisory committee such as Councillor Neil's motion proposes, is that yes, on that committee, as she has said, there would be perhaps 10, I think it was 10 sort of people with expertise from the community who would be invited, you know, an EOI would go out and would be able to participate in that committee. Now, there's a difference. There's a big difference between having one of our standing committees where we might get perhaps a guest speaker to come along, and which is very beneficial, come along, give us a presentation, we ask a few questions, whatever, and it can help inform our decision making. But the difference is that person is not part of the decision making. Whereas when you have an advisory committee, the people on that advisory committee they actually are part of the decision-making process. Therefore, it's a much more inclusive process. And I think this is the key thing that makes a huge difference, because these people in that case, everybody on that panel is basically treated as equal, but with different levels of expertise, and we are all making a decision on that advisory committee together. We're not just having guest speakers. I've been involved in several advisory committees before, when they were still operating, both in the old Wyong Shire Council but also in this council, including a heritage committee. Now, the fact of the matter is that's exactly how it works. So to me, it's apples and oranges, and it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for community participation, community expertise, and people being equals in decision making, you're choosing the advisory committee, and then you go from there. What those reporting lines might be. So I just feel that is one of my main reasons for supporting Councillor Neal's motion and not being able to support the amendment here by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Eaton. Thank you.
Councillor Neal.
I cannot accept this amendment, and I will go forward and explain why as my right of reply if there's no one else who wishes to speak.
Yeah, we've got one more. Can you? Thanks. Councillor Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the seconder, obviously I'm supporting this. One of the issues is that the Environment Planning Committee already deals with heritage items. So the idea that under the motion as it stands, that the Community and Culture Committee would then somehow have control of a advisory committee that doesn't report to it under the mechanisms and controls that have already been set up doesn't make any sense to me. And I would give notice as a foreshadowed amendment in the event that the amendment failed, which I don't think it will, but if it did, that I'd be moving a further amendment which would actually at least bring the reporting back in line with what's already been agreed, that is that heritage matters go to the Environment and Planning Committee.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just speak against the amendment. I think Councillor Castle's made some excellent points, and I won't repeat them, about involving community and experts in the meeting rather than just having them present. But I will just refer to Councillor Eaton's comment about the Environment and Planning Committee dealing with heritage. The meeting where we had a heritage presentation and we then wanted to, and this is not having a go at Councillor Eaton, it's just saying that there was no time to properly discuss heritage matters, which is why that additional motion came to the May ordinary meeting as business arising. So it's not an effective mechanism to consider heritage matters and discuss them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal, would you like to close?
As I've indicated, I'm not supporting this amendment, and I think the proposition relies entirely on a misunderstanding of the distinction between standing and advisory committees. The role of the standing committees is to function as a sorting house for matters that come before council and to provide recommendations, and that is not the role of an advisory committee. The role of the advisory committee is to draw on expertise and views within the community to inform, as an external source, the decisions of the council. I note that there is some issue raised about the cost of these committees. The cost of these committees is such because of the resolutions passed by Councillor Eaton and his like, and was not necessarily an expenditure endorsed by myself or other members of the council. To then use the expenditure resolved by the persons moving and seconding the amendment as a basis to exclude seeking further information in the community, I don't think is an argument that holds water. We as a council, have an obligation to listen to the community and also to rely on the expertise and the available, but not only just the expertise. It's very important that the community have the opportunity to tell us when they believe something is important, and an advisory committee does exactly that. It allows a group of community members with particular expertise in the area to come together to talk, to discuss, and to draw conclusions that they believe are important to be taken into account by councillors in making their decisions. The idea that somehow it's irregular for an advisory committee to report directly on the council is contradicted by a decision previously tonight, where the Indigenous Advisory Committee was confirmed as reporting directly to the council, not to a standing committee. So that proposition is unsupported by even your decisions tonight, let alone previously. Culture and history in our local area is extremely important to us. It's important to the community, and we need to ensure that it continues to be an important part of well-informed council decisions that take into account the expertise that exists in our community. As a result, I urge you to support this motion and show the community that we do care about these issues and that we will continue to take them into account and their views when we decide matters that relate to history and culture.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Daniels has disappeared. All those against the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. I would say that, and Councillor McQuaid. The amendment is lost, and all those in favour of the...
Foreshadowed, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Yep. Councillor.
So can I bring up the motion? And it's basically just changing. So the first part is establish the origin conflict as a subcommittee of it's only a minor change, I think.
Foreshadowed motion to my motion, as it's completely contrary to the resolution that I put forward before this council.
So where is Councillor? What you need to do is identify what's Councillor Eaton's foreshadowing. That
Is that Councillor?
is your council.
So that's right, the first part, and just go down to the end. Where it says terms of reference will be turned, so I just change that to the Environment and Planning Committee. So in my view, it's a fairly minor variation of the original motion. The substance is preserved.
The advisory committee is defined and is not a subcommittee of a standing committee.
Oh, I think it's an amendment. It's not a can we just be clear? Councillor Eaton's amendment or motion/amendment is to establish an advisory committee, which is the same as your motion.
As a subcommittee, an advisory committee can't.
So the difference is the reporting line. Well, that's not a direct. That's a variation. Anyhow, your call, Mr. Mayor.
I'll go variation.
So therefore, it's a amendment.
You move that? You get a seconder? Councillor McNamara.
Mr. Mayor, this is actually just a repetition of the previous motion or amendment moved by Councillor Wright. Therefore, they would need a rescission. You can't then move the same motion again.
No, he's changed it slightly. Thank you.
Not how it works.
Councillor McGregor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a question to the CEO. How many advisory committees does the council currently have?
I'm not sure, so I'm asking. I'd have to go to my staff. There's Aboriginal Advisory Committee. There is Mangrove Mountain and flooding, and we also have. Do we have an access committee established at this stage? No. So we've got 2 in planning and environment. You've got 1 in community and cultural services. And yeah, ARIC's a statutory committee though. It's established under the legislation. So.
And are the reporting lines consistent for each of those advisory committees, or do some of them report back to the statutory committees and others report back to full council?
The 2 in E&P report back to the E&P committee. Tonight, the council determined that the Aboriginal Advisory Committee should report directly to the council. So we've got we've got a mix of reporting lines.
Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. Look, councillors, I've asked a question as for clarification. So we've already established that there is at least one, the Aboriginal Advisory Committee or the Indigenous Advisory Committee, which is reporting directly back to council. If the committee is reporting directly back to council, it doesn't duplicate the work, it streamlines it. If it goes from the advisory committee to the statutory committee, then to the council, you're creating additional workflows. So I would suggest that the easiest way to do this, the most streamlined process, if your intention is to establish the committee, is to establish the advisory committee and then just have it directly respond back to council. And when it comes to adopting or rejecting the recommendations from that committee, you can do it directly here and now and get it done. And as you saw with the Indigenous Advisory Committee aspect of tonight's meeting, that went through without any contention, confrontation or debate. It just went straight through. So it can be done. It's just a matter of if there's the will there to do it.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor.
The amendment that's before you should be dismissed. It refers Heritage and Cultural Advisory Committee to the Environment and Planning Committee under the terms of reference, which has been adopted by the council, therefore is a council resolution. The matters of heritage and culture come within the coverage of the Community and Culture Committee, and therefore this motion before you, this amendment, contradicts that resolution of the council which specifies the terms of reference as not being included in the Environment and Planning Committee terms of reference.
Thanks for that, but I'm going with Councillor Rains. So
you need to actually respond to the point of order that I've raised. You can't just go with one particular councillor. I think that's probably contrary to the conduct of the meeting.
I don't necessarily agree that it's against. It's the same as before, so I will be. It's okay.
Can Mr. CEO, can you please find for us or have one of your staff find the terms of reference from the Environment and Planning Committee so we can check whether heritage and culture comes within its reference terms?
In regard to a point of order,
so I've just gone through the scope of the E&P Committee's terms of reference. 3.1.6, Heritage and Specialist Planning is within the scope of the committee. I haven't checked the other committee, but the MP committee has it within its scope. Sorry, should I say
I
that
didn't
again?
quite hear that. I'm sorry.
Sorry. In the terms of reference for the Environment and Planning Committee, in the scope section 3.1, it identifies that part of the scope is heritage and specialist planning.
It says heritage and specialist planning. It is within the remit of the EMP, but the motion wouldn't be canned out because of that. It would be a valid point for the council to consider when it's determining its vote, but I wouldn't consider it would be a matter that would be validly considered under a point of order.
Friends, do we have the terms of reference for the Community and Culture Committee?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. CEO. And it doesn't make reference to heritage in the terms of reference. It doesn't make reference to heritage in the terms of reference for the Community and Culture Committee.
So, moving Councillor Zane for shadowed amendment. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont. The foreshadowed motion becomes the motion, the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a very quick question? Will the time of the Environment and Planning Committee be extended? Because we've got an awful lot of committees reporting to that. So is there a limit on the amount of time for these standing committees? Not that I want it to be extended, but...
I can answer that. Mr. Mayor, as the chair, I've already had discussions with the director, and I think with the committee, about the fact that we would likely need to set aside 2 hours, but there is no particular time limit in any event for the committee.
So, all those in favour of the foreshadowed amendment is now the motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Castles, is your
Yes.
on FOGO been dealt with?
Yes, I am going to still put this motion. I had thought twice about it, but considering the outcome previously of the FOGO matter, I am going to put the motion. I still think it's valid and important. We actually are still asking for more, I guess, information. We know there are other options there, so I intend to put it anyway. So I'll put my motion, which is that Council requests the Chief Executive Officer, as you can see on the board, provide a report to the August 2026 Council meeting on the scope of the expressions of interest process for the provision of a food, organics, garden organics FOGO facility, specifically in relation to those 3 A, B, C. And I move that way.
Yeah.
No.
If a motion has been negative before, it needs to be dealt with as a rescission. The question is this matter going to delay the implementation of the existing the resolution of council that was passed some time before? So, can we have a look at what was negatived at the? Could the minute clerk?
Yeah, other procedural motion to extend the council meeting by another 10 minutes while we're waiting for this. Not 30 minutes, but it was the same because we've got 10 minutes to go, sorry. All those in favour? Yeah, unanimous. Thank you.
Yeah.
I've
got an amendment to this motion from Councillor Castles, which I did actually send to her, which wouldn't be a negative to the earlier motion. That maybe would get rid of the whole problem.
Yeah, so we feel that was negative towards it. Have you got, has the staff got your amendment?
Yeah, but I don't need to move it if this is going to be knocked out. It was just a way of getting through things, that's all. Yeah.
It's exactly the same as what was defeated half an hour and a half ago. It can't be put.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Castles make a small change that instead of coming back to the August 26th council meeting, that there would be additional workshops on the issues that the councillors would still like clarified. I think there was a lot of questions that were raised today. I think those questions are valid, and it is a really important decision. And we may have made the right decision tonight, but those additional workshops may clarify for the councillors, have we made the right decision, and are we comfortable to move forward?
Yep.
Are you happy with that, Councillor?
We were actually also going to address that matter. So included would be a workshop to address detailed report and presentations on revenue raising opportunities for council with the FOGO and waste facility.
Okay, I don't think you can move anything that has just been beaten. So you can move something different, but you can't move something that was negative by the council. So you've got to get rid of that.
Okay, well, what we'll do is, I'm happy to accept is that we remove that whole thing from the top right down to there, and that instead that council organises a workshop to address detailed report and presentations on revenue raising opportunities for council with FOGO and the waste facilities and any other matters. I'm happy to accept that.
It's okay.
With FOGO and waste facilities. And what was your...
Councillor McGregor's
and any other matters. Yeah.
Can I suggest and make a comment through you, CEO, Mr. Mayor? We've been through a process in relation to the feasibility and the business plan. The process identified the base in relation to the location of the facility, the type of processing and the delivery model. So we've got something to be able to go out to the market. I think it's premature doing this before we get an expression of interest. So there's still 2 more steps before we understand what's happening in the market. So once we go out to the market with an expression of interest and that extra line that was added to the council staff report just telegraphs to the market that we're interested in considering other options that are not just what we identified through the business case. So what I'm suggesting through to councillors is that we allowed to go to the expressions of interest so that we've got an idea of what might be coming back to council, and that will be a report to council to develop what the tender looks like, and then the tender comes back to council again.
If I can be really clear, and we've not dealt with this before, expression of interest in terms of council means something very specific. And so what happens with an expression of interest is you go out with fairly broad issues, broad parameters, and then interested parties put forward an expression of interest, and from that, the council then develops its tender documentation. So the expression of interest doesn't lead to a contract; it's a step to that. So you might go out for expressions of interest, and people come back and say, I want to do X, and somebody else comes out and says, I want to do Y, and it'll cost you this much money. We use all that information, and then you generally then go and do a selective tender. You might get 10 or 12 expressions of interest. You then narrow that down, and then you go out to selective tender for 2 or 3 of those people with much, much tighter specifications. So there is a process. So just to be clear, from an expressions of interest, you don't come up with the next step isn't a contract. The next step is, this is the expression of interest, and this is what we're going to put out in a tender.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you to the professional staff for providing that educational moment. That's why I left in the first 3 points, Councillor Wright. Look, I'm pleased to support this. I would suggest to the mover that we put in some wording about this workshop and presentation being provided to councillors once the EOI has gone out before it goes to council. If that's appropriate, I'm happy for any wording, but that's sort of the general direction that we're going on, and that was why I left the first 3 points in. You do learn a thing or two from being here a little while. So with the appropriate wording from the staff, happy for you to put up the wording there, but I would like us to have the opportunity to have that workshop, have that detailed report, presentation and collaborative work together. Once we've done the EOI and we have the information, we can continue to make the informed processes and decisions. I will also make some further comment. I wonder if anyone here is familiar with Joe's Law, because there's a reasonably significant PPP with this building in the Northern Beaches that didn't really work out too well. So 2013, public-private partnership, Northern Beaches Private Hospital, kid died. Now there's new legislation to buy back that, new work being done to buy back, to bring that back into a more effective mode of operation. Now, we've had about 20 years worth of academic work, particularly critical of the role that public-private partnerships play. If we look at the New South Wales example, there's some pretty obvious ones there. Who loves the toll roads? Don't see a whole lot of hands up about who loves those toll roads that the Carr government made, all those public-private partnerships where for decades you've got tolls going up. And I'm glad that we didn't take on too much debt to do that. I'm pleased that the private sector took on some debt. Well, the problem with your public-private partnership is if it's done the wrong way, you privatise the profits and you socialise the losses. So for all those people who are debt hawks, who hate, egregious government spending, be careful what you wish for with your PPP, because if this isn't done the right way, or if there is a problem with this model, and if you read through these reports and if you use a bit of your own general knowledge and research skills, you'll see that the PPP, whilst there are advocates for it, like there are advocates for all sorts of discredited things, there's even people who are neo-Nazis, they think that's a great idea. Well, I don't. And I'm pleased to get the information and then to make an informed decision on it, but have a look at some of these other PPPs and how they've worked out for the general public and what we have to pay for poor decisions and poor contracts that have been signed. This thing needs to be done in a watertight way, and it doesn't mean that we need to always do things in a certain way. We may adapt our thinking later on. We may stick to the exact course exactly as it may be pre-planned beforehand, but you need the information. There is a process to go through, and because of the budget and the time impact of this, you need to be very careful with the way that this is dealt with as an elected body, because it has significant impact. It's the most important thing that we've had for a few of these council meetings, and it didn't really get that much attention until tonight.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would like to see, I'd rather it wasn't called a workshop, I'd rather it was just a meeting with staff and interested councillors. I understand that staff feel that they have taken us on a journey and given us all the information. I actually don't feel that way as a councillor that is interested in these kind of things. I do recall a workshop where staff, I think probably the first workshop where it was presented, and I made the comment, oh, we're just going to get told about a PPP, and the director said, oh, no. Okay, and then the next committee meeting, we're being presented with actions on a PPP that was determined by the administrator, under administration. So, but what I'm saying is not to express disbelief with staff, just that they feel that they have been on the journey, that they've given us all the information. That's not what the councillors feel, or some of the councillors. And look, there is a level of discomfort with the concept of the PPP, especially when we see other councils doing things differently. So I would hope that there is a willingness for staff to sit down with those interested councillors and work through this again. I'd be more than happy for them to circulate and say, okay, before you come here, read these documents, so that we can all share that information in an informed way. But there is a high level of discomfort. And look, I will reflect on the previous council where waste options were fiercely debated, and as a result, that council decided on FOGO when that wasn't the initial intention. And so I think there is a conversation to be had about how we go forward with this. So I would respectfully ask that there be that opportunity to sit down with staff and work through this a little bit more, so we can gain a level of comfort with what is being proposed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. All right, move the motion. All those in favour? No. Oh, sorry. I thought we'd finished.
Sorry, what's the councillor councils? And do we have a second of all?
Yeah, the Council of Castles and Councillor McGregor seconded it. Councillor McGregor, did you put your hand up to second? Okay. Councillor Mullen is seconder.
We need to finish this sentence. Have a look at the motion at the moment. It's not complete.
Just take out end of the and leave it at after the EIA has been completed.
And get rid of the full stop between FOGO and after.
Mr. Mayor, is there an opportunity for interested councillors to sit down with staff prior to that? Or is this all being shoved down the line?
I'm not quite sure, sorry, what the
Councillor Smith, can you say that again?
being requested.
All right. So just clearing up, Councillor Mullen was the seconder. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Now it's unanimous now. Thanks, Councillor Smith. Item 6.5, Council Building for possible sale. Do a remover. Councillor Crowley. Councillor Mullen.
I know everyone wants to go home, and so I'll make it easy for you. You can just support this motion, or we can stay here. Or we can stay here for another half hour. I don't mind. So let's go. Okay? I think they are. Let's go, gang. Come on. Mr. Mayor, it's up to you.
Any other discussion? No. Councillor Crowley, can you put your buzzer off, please?
Oh, sorry.
That we are requesting the CEO to press pause on any discussions prior, until this motion has been implemented. Well, no, it's not saying don't settle, it's just saying press pause. That's not a rescission motion.
We're going to...
Councillor Crowley, will you accept that? Melvin's saying no, but are you accepting it? Yeah. It's just pressing pause. That's not a rescission motion.
Councillor Crowley, will you accept that?
That the council requests the CEO, so Part C, to press pause on any actions related to the sale of the buildings until Part A and B have been executed or completed even.
I think you started. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that there already been some action in terms of seeking out agency. So that would be actions relating to sale. So you can't.
It is that there is action being taken. If council chooses to stop that, it could stop that process. But yes, we have started the process in accordance with the resolution of council.
So therefore, it needs a rescission. Oh, yeah, it's stopping action that is endorsed.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we extended the debate till 10:40, so we will need to vote on this now.
It was 30 minutes. I'd said with 10 minutes to go, it was 30 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, question for the CEO then. Why is it not possible to press pause at this point?
I didn't say it was possible.
So it is possible?
I said that we have started the process, but we could, if it was the will of the council, we could place this on hold. But it needs to be the will of the council.
Well then, through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question to your colleagues about why are they supporting this motion if they have no interest in the range of options? Or to yourself, Mr. Mayor.
No, I would say I can't speak on behalf of them, speak on behalf of myself.
Yeah.
If things are in motion, to stop things, pause things now, if we can we're going to go and do a visit, we're going to look around, we're going to make up our mind. There's not going to be a lot going to be happening.
I can't understand a lot of what you're saying.
I was as posh, I was as polite as I could get.
No, just talk more slowly, sorry.
Because to stop or pause things, by the time we go and see the council chambers and go through, it's going to take a little while. So any pausing is going to delay things, possibly down the track. So that's how I feel, and I'm
How long
sure
do you think it needs to take?
Pardon?
How long do you think that needs to take? I mean, I actually requested the CEO probably on back in June, but we won't worry about that.
So, Councillor Crowley, do you accept that? Sorry, Councillor Smith.
My whole reason for putting this motion is because I'm deeply concerned about the number of people that have got nowhere to live. Now, I'm quite prepared to accept the fact that we might look at these buildings and see that they're rotten and nobody wouldn't keep a dog in them. But then again, if you're going to sell them, where does the money go? Because they're probably worth millions. Do we get to do anything for the homeless with the money?
If councils can make themselves available, we could mobilise a visit to that building comparatively quickly.
Right.
And I don't really want to talk now. I could burn all the balance of the meeting time about the constraints of the site. But just be clear, there's only one building on the site. and a car park. So the old hotel and a whole range of things around there have been demolished. Because we had people sleeping in there, lighting fires, and it was a safety issue. So the only thing that's on the site at the moment is the old admin building and the car park at the back.
Councillor Reaton. I'll come back to you, Councillor Crowley.
I told you all to support my motion, didn't I? Now we're going to be here for hours.
Are you accepting paragraphs?
Well,
Will be this motion without paragraph C. So if you want to get it up, don't accept C.
So, Councillor Reaton. Councillor Crowley. Sorry, Helen.
can we just put it to a vote, please?
With or without C?
Pardon?
With or without C?
Just my motion.
Just your motion?
As it is.
Okay, so she'll not accept C, so we're putting the motion.
I still want to go for a trip there, please, Mr. CEO.
Sorry, Councillor Crowley.
Vote.
Yeah, you done. All right, Councillor McGregor.
Sorry.
Just a question. I'm unsure of the exact verbiage, but there was some sort of commentary around there already being some sort of discussions or something's in train or something like that. Is there any ability to elaborate on that?
Only we've been sourcing agents to commence the sale process. That's all. We haven't been talking to potential purchasers or anything like that.
So we haven't had any offers. We haven't been in discussions with anyone.
No.
For an agent.
I've had casual conversations with a number of parties while we had it under contract to TAFE who said we'd be interested if the thing fell over, but I haven't had any conversations with them since then. So there certainly would be parties interested in that site, given its location.
Absolutely, there would be. Do we have any idea roughly on the sort of time frame we're looking at in terms of being able to engage an agent and then where it would go to from there?
Through Mr. Mayor, we'd need to do a tender to get an agent to market the site, and we'd have someone on marketing the site within 3 months.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your answers.
Yeah. So we'd certainly be able to, as long as councils can make themselves available, we could do a site visit in the next month.
That's what I
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I know it's late. I'm speaking to support Councillor Crowley's initial intent with this motion. We'll need to make some decisions really quickly about how we move forward with this matter. Having a look at that building, I worked in that building for 10 years, and unfortunately I don't think it's going to be suitable for housing in its current state. But I'm really keen to walk through it 10 years later to see what the opportunities are. So to everyone's discussion tonight to make an informed decision. So thank you for raising it, Councillor Crowley, and I'm very keen to do that site visit with you.
Councillor Castles.
Yeah, just quickly, because I know we all want to go home. Have we actually had the sort of, I think at one point, maybe only a few weeks ago, there was waiting on sort of getting definitely in writing sort of confirmation from New South Wales Government, TAFE,
Yes.
etc., that definitely do not want site? That's happened?
They've withdrawn from the contract formally.
Okay, thank you. I assume that probably was the case, but I thought I'd just double check for the information of councillors. Thank you.
All right, put the vote. All those in favour? Thank you, unanimous. So, Councillor Lamont? Yep, thanks. Unanimous. Thank you. So we have to ask the public to clear up because we've got, well, I seek a motion to deal with a matter in confidential session.
Mr. Mayor, I just sent through to everyone a suggested motion that wouldn't need confidential and that would get the matter dealt with very quickly if councillors could have a quick look at it and see what they think. I can read it out. Hey, it should just say delegates to the CEO to appoint one member to ARIC and bring back a report in respect of other appointments. Because there's urgency to get one appointed, I understand that.
If I just be clear, we have a staff recommendation, and that staff recommendation stands. If council wants to deal with it differently, it's up to council to how to deal with it. The the selection, it doesn't identify how the people should be selected. It's interesting. I've just gone to the regulation. It doesn't identify how the people should be selected, but it does identify the skills that they should have. So that's the process, and certainly both of those people that were listed in that thing hold those skills and went through a process. So.
Yeah. But wasn't the point of appointing two people partly to make sure that we didn't stagger the appointments that we wanted? Sorry, I've lost track of that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted some overlap, didn't we?
We have a vacancy at the moment, so we only have 2 external members. So we need another external member now. And then we have the current chair, who we extended for 12 months with ministerial consent, who retires in, I think, April next year. And when he retires, we would need somebody to fill that space.
To go through all of this again?
Yeah. No, well, the intention was to fill 2. The recommendation is to fill the 2, and therefore the 2 are done. We would run with 4 members for a meeting or 2, and then transfer over. That was a staff recommendation. That remains a staff recommendation. If you wanted to go into close to discuss it, we can, but we don't. We've only got 10 minutes.
I'll move the staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor McGregor.
I'll support the staff recommendation.
I won't oppose it, but the idea simply is to look for local appointments. So if that staff can look at that in terms of the future
of the recommended people, one of the recommended people is local.
No, I'm just checking. Oh, okay, thank you. All those in favour of Councillor Neil? Don't be so quick. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. And it's Councillor Daniels or Councillor Lamont or yeah, we got both unanimous. Thank you. And we'll just close the meeting at 10:52. Thank you.